All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. It's a little after 9 o'clock, but we have to wait until our folks with IT are ready to roll the video, so apologize for the delay. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk to call roll to establish quorum.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Cano.
Present.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. All right, we're now going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and we are going to be led in the pledge by David Wisely. Mr. Wisely is an elections operations supervisor with our county elections department. Mr. Wisely.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Wisely, thank you. Anything you want to share with us about all the good work being done in your department?
Just that elections is far more complicated than one would expect.
Oh, no.
And that if you have any questions, it's much easier if you come down and see us in action, and then you can ask, why are we doing that? Or we can go into very minute detail on everything we do. And they'll tell you down there, I will speak about elections at a drop of a hat. So I work with phenomenal people. Come down and see us.
Supervisor Christie, you usually ask Ms. Hargrove what keeps her awake at night. Do you want to ask Mr. Wisely that?
I don't think you have any trouble sleeping, so it's...
No, I love chaos, so. But thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. We'll now move to agenda item number 3, the land acknowledgement statement. This is to be offered by Marcos Ismael, Housing Program Manager, Pima County Community and Workforce Development. I think we have a video for this, correct?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, sir. We don't see you.
Good morning.
Your camera's not on, but we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it turned on here, but I will go ahead. Good morning. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismael. Anything you want to share with the board about the work going on in your department?
Yes, our affordable housing division is working on the 4th round of RFP for the 4th round of county gap funding for affordable housing, as well as we are working on the regional housing strategy and funding plan, along with supporting our regional affordable housing commission. And with regards to the first 3 rounds of county gap funds, the $15.9 million in gap funds that the Board of Supervisors approved have supported 19 projects, leveraging a combined total of over $521 million in development costs that, when all 19 projects are built out, will result in 1,332 units of affordable housing created or preserved. At present, 3 of those projects are completed, which have already added 221 new or preserved units. 8 projects are under construction, and 8 projects are in various stages of contract processing.
Thank you very much for that informative and fulfilling update. Appreciate it greatly. We're now going to go to another video. This is from our friends at Pima Animal Care Center. Pause for pause.
Beaufort is one of our day trip dogs. We got plenty of them out here. Please come out here. We need your help. When we have these high shelter numbers, we rely on the public to come out and not only adopt our animals, but also foster them out. There are lots of different ways that you can help us at PAC. Fostering is one. You can take them for a day, for a week, for a month. In addition to that, we have a partner called Tucson Rescue Now, located at Swan and Grant. She takes dogs out Thursday through Sunday, and you can go over to Swan and Grant and see them out of the shelter as well in a whole different environment. So take advantage of all the opportunities you have, either here adopting, here fostering, Tucson Rescue Now, Thursday through Sunday, and help us get these animals out of here. They need homes.
Well, that was wonderful, and Mr. Kozaczyk looks so much more relaxed in his current position. Apparently, that's instructive to all the rest of us who remain in elected office. We will now go back to the clerk, and Ms. Manriquez will share with us any adjustments to our agenda.
On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 2, this is the executive session. This item will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Thank you.
Wow, are you sure that's all? Holy cow. Okay, we're now going to go to presentations and proclamations. We have 2. One is on the agenda, and one is on the addendum. The first one is a presentation of a proclamation to J.J. Lamb, President and CEO, Vale Preservation Society, proclaiming the day of Saturday, August 23, 2025, to be Pima County 250 plus celebration. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and I will be presenting the proclamation to Ms. Lamb. You're going to have an opportunity.
Thank you.
You want to join me over here? Could I ask you to hold this? Absolutely. We could have gotten Amy up here to hold it. You want to join us, Amy? Okay. All right. Whereas Suksan, am I pronouncing that right? Chuksan, inhabited for millennia, has a long history and is the birthplace of modern Tucson. And whereas Tucson is celebrating the 250th birthday of the founding of Presidio San Agustin del Tucson and honoring over 4,000 years of rich history, heritage, and culture of Tucson and Pima County. And whereas we recognize how the founding of Presidio San Agustin del Tucson in 1775 shaped Tucson's trajectory and how that influence continues today. The plus honors the indigenous people and diverse communities that shaped the region long before and after its founding. And whereas this anniversary is an opportunity to reflect on the intersection of hope, resilience, and human endeavor among those who sought to establish a new frontier and those whose lives were deeply tied to the land. And whereas the Tucson 250 plus celebration on August 23, 2025 at the Presidio San Agustin del Tucson is a time to come together to commemorate Tucson's history and look forward to its bright future. And whereas the 250 plus celebration is a once in a generation event that provides a sense of unity and pride among residents by accentuating the diverse nature of the people of Tucson, Pima County, and the tribal nations who are caretakers of the land from time immemorial, we celebrate our heritage that reminds our community of the need to leave a lasting legacy of stewardship for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, August 23, 2025 to be Pima County Tucson 250 Plus celebration, passed and adopted this 18th day of August 2025. Congratulations.
Well, I'm JJ Lamb, and I am the president of Vale Preservation Society, but I also represent District 4 on the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission. And so I want to thank Supervisor Christie, his staff, the staff of the clerk of the board, and everyone who helped make this proclamation possible. It is a privilege for the commission to be a participant in the celebration and to honor the over 4,000 years of rich history, heritage, and culture that makes Tucson a very unique and special place, and to be involved in the 250th anniversary of the founding of Presidio San Agustin del Tucson in 1775. The Commission looks forward to displaying this proclamation at the Tucson 250 Plus celebration on August 23rd. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Wanted to share with the board that on Saturday I will be joining Mayor Romero for the celebration at the Presidio. All right, we have one more presentation, and as I said, this is on the addendum, presentation of a proclamation to Lorena Verdugo, Certified Community Health Worker, Pima County Community Health Worker Coalition, proclaiming the week of August 25 through August 29, 2025, to be Community Health Worker Awareness Week. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and both Supervisors Cano and Allen will be presenting this proclamation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are going to invite some of our guests to join us for a group photo, and I also invite my board colleagues to join us for this important proclamation. And thank you, Supervisor Allen, for coming down, and also Chair Scott, and hopefully Supervisor Christie as well. Thank you.
Right behind you.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Whereas community health workers are trusted, frontline public health professionals with shared lived experience, culture, and community ties to the populations they serve, and whereas community health workers in Pima County are instrumental in addressing social determinants of health by connecting residents to resources such as housing, food, preventative care, and mental health services, and whereas community health workers promote health education, encourage preventative services, support civic engagement, and help strengthen connections between the community and public health systems. And whereas community health workers play a role in improving the overall health and resilience of Pima County communities, and whereas according to the Arizona Community Health Worker Census and Organizational Inventory compiled by the Arizona Prevention Research Center at the University of Arizona College of Public Health, Pima County has currently 194 community health workers employed by 27 organizations. And whereas according to the Arizona Community Health Workers Association, for every $1 invested in managed healthcare coordination involving community healthcare workers, there's an estimated cost savings of $292. Big return on investment. And whereas Community Health Workers Awareness Week is an opportunity to honor and celebrate the invaluable contributions of community health workers to public health and community well-being, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of August 25th through 29th, 2025 to be Community Health Worker Awareness Week in Pima County, and encourages all residents to join in recognizing and supporting the essential work of community healthcare workers, passed and adopted this 18th day of August 2025. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'll be brief because a lot of it has the wording included in the proclamation. But good morning, first of all. On behalf of the community health workers across Pima County, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and a special thank you to Supervisor Andres Cano for this proclamation and the recognition of the vital role that community health workers play in our county and community. Community health workers are trusted neighbors and advocates who share the culture, the language, and the lived experiences with many of the people that we serve. Every day we help residents connect to healthcare, housing, nutritious food, education, and mental health services, addressing not just symptoms, but the social and economic conditions that shape our community's health. In Pima County, community health workers partner with organizations across the region, all committed to fostering trust, removing barriers, and enhancing the health and resiliency of our neighborhoods. This recognition is not just for us, but also for the communities that we serve and for the partnerships that make our work possible. We look forward to continuing to work alongside all of you and create a healthier and stronger Pima County.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I want to thank you all, the supervisor here. And I'm a community health worker with the Pima County Health Department, and I have many years of experience. In the last 5 years, I which I have probably served my community as a community health worker in Pima County Health Department from the very first day. I knew this would be not just a job, because in truth, it's not just a job, it's a life mission. I have had the privilege of meeting extraordinary, generous, and kindness people who have opened their hearts to understand and support what we do. And also, to some, our work may seem small, invisible. I know it is immense, because not just anyone can do it. Being as a community health worker demands far from than technical skills. It requires compassion to walk in someone else's shoes, empathy to understand their stories, wisdom to guide, humility to learn, and respect to listen, patience to accompany, and above all, love for others. Every visit, every conversation, every hand to shake is opportunity to plant hope and build bridges. What we do is not measured in cold statistic, but in the smile, the thank you, and the real change we can see the life in our people. Today, I feel proud to still be here, firm in my commitment, certain that the healthier, stronger, and more united Pima County is built when we serve with our hearts. I want to express my deep gratitude to Andres, Montserrat, and all the supervisors for this proclamation, which not only recognize our work, but also honor the collective effort for all the community health workers. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you to Supervisor Cano for bringing forth that proclamation, and to all of the board for joining us for its presentation. All right, we're now going to move to item number 7 on the agenda, which is call to the public. Here are the board's guidelines for call to the public. By the way, these were last revised in December of 2020. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 10 speakers for call to the public, so each person will have 3 minutes to address the board. Our first speaker is Monica Molineris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know why I had to be first, but okay.
Somebody has to be.
This is my first time speaking in public. I work in the background in finance, and so, but I feel very strongly about the PEEPS program. My 5-year-old son actually our family was a recipient of a scholarship this last school year, and to tell you the difference that this made I couldn't tell you. I can tell you a little bit about our experience. He attended the CAVIT PEEPS program, and when he started, was this very timid, shy 5-year-old boy. And as we went through the weeks, he became this very confident young man. And when we started kindergarten, the difference in the other kids on his table was I would never have even thought this made this big of a difference, but kids were crying. It was the first day of school. These are 5-year-olds, and parents are holding on to the kids are holding on to the parents, and all you see are tears. My son, who's 5, pulled out his backpack, pulled out tissues, and gave them to the children that were crying. And he was confident. He wasn't crying. He wasn't scared. And I said, the parents are going to stay with the kids. If you want me to stay with you, I can. And he said, no, you can leave, Mama. Go ahead, go. And I was heartbroken because I wanted to stay with him. But watching the other kids that were in his PEEPS class and then watching these other children broke my heart. I was very, very emotional that day because I didn't realize how much of an impact this had. And so that's why I just ask you to please consider, keeping the funding for this program. I really do think that it is beneficial, and the children are our future. And, one less child that we serve is one more child that's crying, that doesn't want to let their parents go on the first day of kindergarten. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Molineris. Our next speaker is Tiffany Bucciarelli-Fay.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisors. I'm going to refer to my phone. I am the Director of Early Childhood for Amphi School District, and I am really comfortable always speaking to the little ones, but I get very nervous when I get to come speak to you. So I wrote out my minutes here. On behalf of the Amphi School District and the families we serve, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to your invested in the PEEPS program. So thank you for everything you have done up to this point. It has been amazing and rewarding. Your commitment to funding early childhood education is making profound impact for the youngest learners in our community. Through this initiative in Amphi, we have 252 students. All of our spaces are full, and we have extensive waiting lists at all 11 programs in which we serve. As you know, research consistently shows that early childhood is critical to a child's development. Well, I'm here to tell you a little story. My daughter is teaching Keeling for her first time ever in kindergarten, and she has some of my preschool students. She came out of our early child education department at CDO, and she says that the kids that are going into kindergarten that have attended PEEPS are not ready for their first quarter of kindergarten, nor their second quarter, but they're on track for their third quarter of kindergarten. So when I started talking to teachers, they were so profound and adore this program because for a lot of teachers, they've never had children that are academically ready at the kindergarten level. Those children have always been behind because they weren't afforded high-quality preschool in our community. And not only are they on track, they're exceeding expectations because of this PEEPS program, not only in Ampi School District, but in various school districts and high-quality preschools in the Tucson community. But the benefits of high-quality preschool extend far more than just that individual child, right? That individual child is going to become a taxpayer, a business owner, a member of our society. So when you are affecting PEEPS children, you are not affecting the children of our community, you are affecting our businesses, our opportunities for business in this community, our parents able to work more hours to have better opportunities, but you are really laying the foundation for future generations of learners, leaders, and community members. So please help us continue this program because it is a great initiative within this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Zach Yenser.
Good morning, Chair Scott, supervisors. Good to be with you this morning. My name is Zach Yenser. I'm the Vice President of Business Advocacy for the Chamber of Southern Arizona. Still learning that, as you all can tell. On behalf of the Chamber of Southern Arizona, I wanted to share our appreciation this morning for Supervisor Cano's intentional efforts to support and maintain the PEEPS Scholarship Program in light of changing contributions from participating jurisdictions in the region. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Arizona Chamber of Commerce and Industry partnered a couple of years ago in our state to analyze the growing impacts of a lack of affordable and accessible early child care and education, and found that an estimated about $350 million of tax revenue is lost annually in our state due to challenges of access and affordability in these programs, and that 6% of parents voluntarily left a job due to childcare challenges. About 35% of the individuals in that study by the U.S. Chamber and the Arizona Chamber said that they or someone in their household has left a job or not taken a job or greatly changed jobs because of problems with childcare in the prior year. So the Chamber of Southern Arizona, along with other business organizations, some who are in this room, have heard this confirmed loud and clear as well by our members here in Southern Arizona. And so we've made this issue a priority. As Administrator Lesher mentioned in her memo to the board on this item, I personally have been privileged to represent the Chamber alongside county staff this year in the National Association of Counties Child Care Supply Network that is bringing the public, private, nonprofit, and education sectors together locally and nationally on this issue. So there's two quick themes that we wanted to share this morning. First, if the library district's fund balance is able to sustain backfilling that jurisdictional reduction of at minimum that $430,000, the Chamber would support and encourage that effort this morning. In advance of any taxation considerations for the library district, we'd like to be a part of those conversations and see how we can maybe bring private and other philanthropic dollars to bear on that before increasing costs that can downstream to the workforce. On that note, really quick as well, appreciated Administrator Lesher mentioning that there's already a lot of workforce and business coalition efforts happening on behalf of PEEPS and early child care and education. I think we would just ask, can we lean on those efforts versus standing up a new effort? I think we need more alignment, more synergy, and not less. So again, want to thank the supervisors for many years for your leadership on this issue. It is nationally recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yenser. Our next speaker is Randy Rist. Is Mr. Rist present?
Yes, they said they would plug this in for a presentation. I can't speak. I get too angry. You'll throw me out of here. I have it taped. They said they would, Lester said they would do this.
Is this something that we're able to do, gentlemen? Okay, that's fine. You can go ahead and do it. Started. As soon as he's ready.
Whole damn government. Can you try hitting the volume button?
Mr. Rist, if you prefer, you can submit something in writing to the clerk and she'll make sure that all supervisors get it. And if we need a response to anything that you present from administration, we can ask for that. There you go.
I've called your office twice. I mean, you return call. Who's going to take care of it?
So, you really don't want to hear from me. So I'm going to try and prepare this clip of what we live with in this neighborhood, which we believe you should resolve. Y'all are being rather subdued. As you can see as I come out the door, we have barking. Hopefully I can conduct this in the 2 to 3 minutes I'm allowed. One of the things that I want to point out is the garbage the neighbor has here on our property line, but we get to see it as we come out our door. Over there, this old bed is drug out there and dumped. Further garbage dumped on it. Or uncovered outside storage. 2 cargo containers, which are not allowed in this area. There's that ramp stuff over there. Two junk vehicles considered uncovered. Clutter, storage, whatever. There was only one when he was cited. Only one when he told Nick Weigel he would clean this up. But
Only one when Nick Weigel told me he'd take him to court. And then he later called me and said he wouldn't.
Oh, more stories. Pretty exciting.
you like to see this when you come and go every day? Is this what you would love to have on here? Where you work and home? Look at this pile of dirt. All mixed in.
The dog's just 300 feet from property lines. The neighbors can't walk to get their mail.
It doesn't need to be cleaned up.
Mr. Rist,
Wow. Look at that stuff jammed up and down there.
Mr. Rist, I'm going to ask, you made reference to a staff member from our Department of Environmental Quality. I'm going to ask Ms. Lesher if you can designate Mr. DeBonis, our Deputy County Administrator, if he can engage with you about this issue. And I apologize if you've had any difficulty getting responses from any of our offices, including mine. But Mr. DeBonis is in the back of the room, and he will connect with you. He's raising his hand right now. Thank you, Mr. Rist. Thank you, Ms. Lesher. All right. Our next speaker is Reed Sperling.
Chair Scott?
Yes.
And for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting.
Oh, good morning, Supervisor. Thank you. Mr. Sperling, you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Scott and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to thank Supervisor Allen for her careful investigation of the guardrails urgently needed to ensure continuing economic development while protecting our shared resources from the massive risks of hyperscale data centers. In a time when the reservoirs along the Colorado River are at 38% capacity and falling, with Glen Canyon Dam at risk of no longer being able to generate power, and worsening drought throughout our region, we must be smarter about the economic development projects we pursue. We need to protect our water for future generations and future economic development. Improved public processes, public input processes, and transparency are essential to this. I urge you to hold some of your meetings later in the day, as the Tucson City Council does, so that those who work regular hours, Monday through Friday, can participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sperling. Our next speaker is Kelly Griffith.
Good morning. I am going to read. My brain's a little bit overwhelmed right now from having done a red-eye flight to get here, y'all. Chair Scott, members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, for the record, my name is Kelly Griffith, Executive Director, Center for Economic Integrity. Thank you to Supervisor Cano for bringing the issue of supplemental funding for PEEPS before the board. The center's official letter is included with your agenda item 4 materials. I won't belabor the profound systemic impacts of this long-term investment in our community's social and economic health. Instead, I'm going to share with you the immediate impacts of PEEPS using quotes from parents and early childhood education professionals as part of the county's annual reports. I quote, "This program has allowed me to focus more on my education, knowing that my son is in a program that is helping him learn." Parent PEEPS, Callan Elementary. "Without the scholarship, we would not be able to send our son to the Early Learning Center. This scholarship and the program has changed our lives. Our son has a hard time with speech, and the school has helped him become more verbal. It has changed his life." Parent. "The PEEPS program has opened up my schedule to start working. My son has become more social, has friends, and I have noticed his speech has improved." Parent. "The Pima Early Education Program has given me the opportunity to have free time, which gives me time to get my GED studies in. I love how loving the teachers are, and my daughter rushes me in the morning so she can come to school." Robbins Elementary, Tucson Unified. "We have not received scholarships in our program since I have been here, and I've always felt so bad when I have to tell families that we do not have that extra financial assistance available. But now with the new PEEP scholarships, I will be able to help those families that need it most. I am so excited to get the chance to have scholarships in my school. Director, Early Childhood Center. My child has been able to socialize with other children. He has also been talking about how much they enjoy school. I have been able to pay bills that I normally would have struggled to pay because of the PEEP scholarship I received for my son. Parent. I'm going to skip down a few. There's a whole lot of them, and they're all in your annual reports year after year. If you don't read the whole report, read the quotes. They're amazing, right? We greatly appreciate the support. It has made a significant impact to our financial stability, but most importantly, our child is in a program run by professionals who are able to foster his talents and creativity. Thank you for the continued support of our families in making early childhood experiences accessible to families that might otherwise be able to afford it. Parent. So I know, this is kind of an easy sell because it just makes good sense over the long term. But I also wanted to point out, because I'm always talking about long-term investments, I wanted to also point out about the short term and how it's impacting families today in a very positive way. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Yadel Leith is our next speaker. Yadel? Also speaking on the PEEPS program. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You wrote that you do not wish to speak, but you're sending it to email. I apologize. So rarely that someone fills one of these out and doesn't want to speak, and I sometimes overlook that box. My apologies.
No, you're fine. I can do it in person or I can send it.
It's entirely up to you.
I'll just go there.
Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So I just wrote a small note. My name is Yadel Lees. I am a mom of 3 children, all under 8 years old, and I also work for Child Care Resource and Referral. So I see all of this firsthand with our families. I am the Community Outreach Program. I also am a fellow for Stand for Children Arizona. So everything that we do for children matters 100% to me. And I want to formally just thank you guys for all the past funding that has come in through the PEEPS programming and how essential it is to continue funding and helping our communities to meet those bridges, meet those gaps where our families do not qualify for what is now the wait list with DES, and ensuring that our children's early education continues to get funded and that we set that forward for success as we're seeing in the classrooms. I have also taught pre-K and kindergarten, so I do also hear all these teachers out, all these parents, and I know the difference between a child when they are ready for education versus when I have to sit there and socially and emotionally help their growth first and put their education second. And I feel like when we enter kinder, our education needs to come prior to the social emotional growth that they are getting in these preschool programs, and PEEPS is reaching that gap and helping them all succeed. Thank you, guys.
Didn't that feel better than hitting send on an email?
It felt great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Megan Headings.
This was regarding agenda item 15, so I don't know if you want us now or if you want to wait until
You can speak to it now, because 15, yeah, 15 is not set up as a public hearing, so you can definitely speak now.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity, Chair Scott and supervisors. My name is Megan Headings. I'm the Executive Director for Family Housing Resources, a local nonprofit here doing affordable housing. I also sit on the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission, thanks to District 2, an appointee, and have been a past recipient of the GAP funding that you all have allocated for affordable housing that we're so grateful for last year, producing 8 additional units of affordable housing. But today I'm here to speak about a bond issuance that is coming before you. So item 15 is regarding issuing bonds for a project that's actually in Goodyear, Arizona, which is, I understand, a little unique as a Tucson-based nonprofit. It's not here in Pima County, and I wanted to give a little bit of background for that. This is actually originally a project that we've been working on at Campbell and Drexel. It will be a multifamily housing multifamily apartment community that we're working to develop, but unfortunately we have experienced a number of setbacks, some challenges with the original design that really didn't make it financially feasible to pursue. We are not scrapping that project. We are continuing that project, and we'll find an effort to make it go forward, continuing working with Corky Poster of PMM Architects here locally to find additional solutions and create a greater density of units on the site. So, but the bonds that we originally were allocated are set to expire in December of this year, and that is a finite resource. Once, if we are not able to utilize those bonds, they will go entirely. They can't be regenerated next year. So we have been lucky enough to find a project working with a very established affordable housing developer, Lincoln Avenue, with this Goodyear project. We are really excited to pursue it and know that the benefit that it will have, it will also be returned to Pima County. FHR will have a role in the development that then we plan to really utilize for the continued production here locally. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I don't know that that's feasible at this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Headings. And I will call on Mr. Slania when we get to item number 15. As we usually do. You're a frequent presence at our board meetings, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Slania. Okay, our next speaker is Gerald Montag. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Montag. You have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Hello, my name is Gerald Montag. Thank you for having me.
Could you speak into the microphone, please? Sorry. You can move it as you need to. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Gerald Montag. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your service to our community. I'm here to inquire about an alarming trend. For the second time in the last 3 fiscal years, the Pima County Sheriff's Department has gone over budget. First time was by over $1 million. This time it's by over $4 million. I'm no stranger to government budgets. Having served in the Marine Corps and later working for the U.S. government in Afghanistan, I remember running out of pins or vehicles sitting on deadline until the new fiscal came around. Budgets are not recommendations, though. They are a hard stop. If we go over budgets as humans, we don't eat, or we don't get that new thing we want or even need. That's how it works in our world. That $4 million is money that could have been used for other programs. How many people could you have gotten off the street for $4 million? Pima County people. Whether it be the overwhelmingly unpopular Beale Infrastructure Project Blue that nobody wanted, or letting the Sheriff Department go way over budget, I'm here because it seems you need a reminder that you serve the community. We have trusted you to be responsible stewards of our money, our land, and our natural resources. Lately, you have underachieved on all 3 fronts. As the old adage goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You've now been fooled twice on the budget, so shame on you. So what are you going to do? Actual actions. What are you going to put in place to keep this from happening again? There is also an ACLU lawsuit that seeks records of communications between PCSD and immigration officials. This is important since the administration has stopped tracking how often they contact immigration officials. Law enforcement is sworn to uphold the Constitution that includes due process. I believe strongly in due process, as I know your officers and deputies do. Any cooperation between them and an agency that repeatedly violates due process violates that oath. I urge the supervisors to get involved and help resolve this with transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montag. Okay, I have one more speaker card, and that is from Penelope Jacks. If there's anybody else who wants to address the board before we close, call to the public, please get a speaker card from clerk staff in the front row. Ms. Jacks.
Thank you. Sorry, I look so strange. I fell off a ladder. And my son said to me, Mom, what did you learn? And I said, maybe at 75 I shouldn't be on the roof. Anyway, but I didn't want to miss this chance to speak to you. Honorable Mr. Scott, members of the board, it's a pleasure and a joy to be here to thank you for all that you have done for our community's children and what you are about to do. I told my husband that never before had an administrative memo brought me to tears. That for the last several years, the Preschool Promise, which is a multi-sector coalition, has worked closely with you, with your superb county staff, with educators, and with advocates to create the PEEPS program. And through our collective efforts, we've provided more than 3,000 kids with opportunities for work and for school, for more than hundreds of parents for opportunities for work and school, and launched a proven intervention into intergenerational poverty. So it's something we should all be proud of. Thank you. And of course, while I'm thanking you, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't remind you also that there's a lot more kids who need PEEPS. Today would be a really fine day to make sure every kid in Pima County has access to a high-quality early education, or even just a few more than we've got going right now. In England, during the Second World War, policymakers in the darkest days initiated reforms in health and education to address widespread poverty and class inequality. We're in dark days now in the United States, and there will never be a better time to address poverty and to bring forward equity and equality, to bring forward a better day. Every additional child who gets a scholarship represents our commitment to and faith in the future of our community. I continue to urge you to work as you have so wisely for the children of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacks.
I brought you all a little present.
Looks like we do have one more speaker card. Melanie Lamar? Lenart, my bad.
Thank you for letting me speak. I wasn't planning to speak, but it seemed like a good opportunity, so thank you all. I just wanted to speak in favor of the zoning regulations for data centers. I've been writing about that for something I write in Substack called Ecologic, and did some research, and it's just some pretty horrendous data use, as all of you probably know. I mean, besides using so much water, even if it is reclaimed, it still could be used for rivers, you know, and also all that energy. I mean, I know that that goes more to Tucson, but still it's something that Pima County has to think about. Where I live in Pima County, they're talking about putting up a solar power, you know, some solar power panels near me. It's off Ajo Road, and it would be generating 500 megawatts. It's going to take a lot of space for the desert. You know, it takes like 4 to 10 acres for each megawatt of solar power. So 500, you know, we're talking 2,000 acres or more of our desert land. And that basically even just the first phase of a data center would use that much power almost, you know, so there would go those savings of where we had planned to have solar power instead of coal and other, you know, fossil fuels. And, you know, I don't think I have to tell all of you, because you're obviously here during the summer, it's getting pretty hot, you know, compared to when I first came here in '96. It was tolerable. Now, I mean, where I'm living, we're hitting 115 some days, you know. It's crazy. We can't really afford any more fossil fuels. And of course, the solar panels are going to heat things up locally a little bit, but, you know, at least they're worth it for the planet as a whole. So anyway, I just want to urge you to please keep in mind not only the water, but also the power and the land that all of these would take. And so thank you very much for considering zoning for these.
Thank you, Ms. Lenard.
Thank you.
All right. Having no further speaker cards, I'm going to close call to the public and ask my colleagues if they wish to ask county administration to follow up on any matter that was shared with us, if they want an item placed on a future agenda, or if they'd like to respond to a criticism. Seeing nobody, we will move on, and I've gotten some requests from my colleagues to move up a couple of our items. So we're going to go to item 3 and item 4 on the addendum. We're going to go to, and we'll do them in that order. All right, so item 3 is zoning for data centers. Directing Development Services Department staff to initiate a zoning code text amendment requiring additional review and public processes on C12, or is it CI? Thank you. C12 zoned parcels for data centers and other large-scale users of water and electricity. This was put on the addendum by Supervisor Allen. Supervisor.
Thank you. So for a little bit of background on this item, we have seen through our region's recent experience with Project Blue and what's happening elsewhere in Arizona. Data center developers have their sites on our state, Southern Arizona in particular, and we've heard that as many of 30 or more are considering Pima County for siting. Project Blue was somewhat unique in that it involved a county land sale and a rezoning, which gave us as supervisors an opportunity to weigh in, even if we didn't have the full picture. But that will rarely be the case under our current zoning code. So under the current code, data centers can be built on some industrially zoned parcels by right, which means that the board and public have little to no say whatsoever about how these are developed. Their energy, water usage, community engagement, noise, or aesthetic considerations. As we have seen, other jurisdictions across Arizona have recently taken on various changes to their zoning code to be better prepared for the increase of data centers, some more proactive than others. So this particular agenda item is introducing a zoning code, introducing the process to get the zoning code text amendment rolling. Right. So it would, what we want to accomplish is ensuring that as proposals come to the county for data centers or high utility users, high water, high electricity users, that there is a much more robust process, that it is not approved by right, but instead that it would go through our existing channels, that the Planning and Zoning Commission would consider it, that through that process that there would be opportunities for public input, that it would come to the board where it would be, where would we be able to attach conditions. This would establish that these sorts of projects would then go for a conditional use permit as opposed to the by right zoning, right? And all of that would then ensure greater transparency, public participation, and board engagement. So this would also mirror what the city of Tucson is doing. It is important, I think, that we as the county and the city work in tandem to make some changes to our zoning so that we do not end up with any particular company trying to pursue going to the city or going to the county as a means to circumvent good, robust transparency, public engagement, and board decisions. So this would put us in line with other communities like Tempe, Scottsdale, Mesa, Phoenix, Marana, who have already passed reforms to their zoning such that they get something along the lines of conditional use permits. So that's what's on the table, and I would love my colleagues' support. Get this done.
Would you like to move the item, Supervisor?
Indeed, I would. Just get a little fuzzy on the language for moving. I would
just move the item.
Let's just move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Other comments, questions from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Mr. Jazewski is here from Development Services, and we have Mr. DeBonis too. He can fill in. I've got just 3 or 4 basic questions. First and foremost, how many acres exists in Pima County that are zoned CI2?
Chair Scott, board members, while I don't know if we have the exact number, we have a patchwork of different CI1 or CI2 zone properties throughout the county. So there are properties that are above 50 acres that are CI2 zoned that are unencumbered without any type of rezoning conditions. Those are the types of scenarios where a data center could be allowed. More recent rezonings.
And how many of those parcels or pieces would you estimate exist?
For me to put a number on it, we definitely have some near mines. Caterpillar Proving Grounds is zone CI2. There are other areas close to the Air Force Base. And so it's a combination of the CI2 and then obviously a size of a property where this type of use would be allowed. So they do exist. More recent rezonings within the last 25 years, those have preliminary development plans, rezoning conditions that limit uses on the property. So those are, more restricted to what could be allowed on them.
Mr. Chair, Tom D, I'm calling you D to make sure. Out of 100% of all the available acres, what percentage would you estimate at CI2?
It's hard for me to give an exact
Under
estimate.
10%? Under?
No, I would say it's higher than that, maybe around a third. And we did create a couple maps of these larger scales. We can share it with the board just to kind of analyze what's out there. We do have some in close proximity to the town. We also do have a decent amount out at the Caterpillar Proving Grounds, some of the mines. There's a substantial amount out in Ajo, outside of the city limits that is CI2. So it's a little bit of a patchwork across the entire county.
And Mr. Chair, we have our economic developer administrator here. Can you give us some kind of a feeling? And we also have Mr. Yenser from the chamber, if he may be allowed to speak, if he so desires. What this kind of rezoning or manipulation of current zoning would do as far as economic development and attracting new businesses?
Pardon me, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Christie, thank you for the question. It would effectively make it a little bit more tactical on our behalf. So one of the things that we would have to do, and it depends, right, on what the final product is. If you're looking at one specific industry, that is a different proposition than as if you are trying to regulate based off of a specific utility resource use, right? So to give a fully fleshed out answer to that, I would have to give it a little bit more thought, but we would have to develop a different type of plan or an updated strategic plan that would allow us to pursue economic development projects that would effectively fit whatever the new profile is of those zoning opportunities.
And Mr. Chair,
hold on just one second, Supervisor. Ms. Lesher wanted to weigh in on your last question.
And all of them. Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, you're asking some questions, and my apologies that we don't have the numbers ready for you, but we'll be happy to follow up with a memo about how many acres are there and talk about economic development so that we're not giving you any wrong information today.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher.
Ms. Lesher, and thank you, Mr. Chair. But I do think that maybe there might be more that we can amend to this motion if it should proceed further, that it could be included, those kinds of reports, before we make any decision. Mr. Yenser, with your permission, Mr. Chair, did you want to add to that? Okay. Another question is basically the legal realm. Let's say someone has bought 500 acres and it is zoned as CI2. And then what is the legal vulnerability or exposure if we as a county go back and try to rezone somebody's property that has already been for perhaps years been invested in this zoning, and now suddenly Pima County decides to change the zoning? What does that do as far as the investment of the owner? And what does that do as far as legal exposure to the county for changing something after it's already been approved for obviously many years?
You said it was a legal question?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, there
Or
is
perhaps Mr. Jadowski could address it as well.
there is potential liability. That's something we'd be happy to provide a memo on, but there is state law protection for land value in the way that you frame it.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Jadowski? I think before we go into any kind of manipulation of existing zoning laws, that those items need to be addressed as well in this motion. So I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment that in the process of looking at these changes in CI2 or perhaps a different managing of CI2, that they include a financial and economic impact from our economic development administrator, as well as the amount of acreage that this would affect, and as well as perhaps Mr. Brown could render a legal opinion about the exposure of going in after something has been established as CI2 and then arbitrarily changing it in this manner. I'd like to offer that as a friendly amendment.
Supervisor Christie, all of the information that you're seeking, I think the entire board wants to get. I'd like to ask a clarification question of Ms. Lesher. My understanding of Supervisor Allen's item is that we're beginning the process of discussing a possible code text amendment. And so that process could take several months. From what I'm hearing from Supervisor Allen and from staff, could we get some idea of the sort of information that will be coming to the board during this process? Ms. Lesher or somebody that you wanted to designate?
Certainly, Chair Scott and I will look to the team for a little more granularity, but as noted in the memo from Supervisor Allen, it's asking that we reach out and work with other economic development organizations, development staff, departments, community organizations, the county attorney, and others. And so I think that is, while this is any one of our normal rezoning or a look at a code text amendment, expanding and enhancing the coordination and communication with other organizations, as well as we've heard today, looking at financial, any kind of impact, legal analysis.
Mr. DeBonis.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeBonis, did you want to be recognized?
So we'll just include that all as part and parcel.
So Supervisor, I don't, based on what we heard from Ms. Lesher, I think everything that you have cited is going to be discussed as part of starting this process if this item is approved.
I appreciate that, and hopefully it will be noted as a matter of record that it will be included. And my only point is, why go into all of this effort, energy, and expenditure of staff time and potentially waste a lot of staff time if we find out that even doing so is illegal? So I think that if that could be addressed and looked at, it could be, I think, very precise as to the subject matter here. Thank you.
Let me ask Supervisor Allen. She wanted to respond to that. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Well, we're not doing anything novel. In fact, we are amongst the last to sort of jump into this waiting pool. We would be following what has already been initiated by the city of Tucson, by Chandler, by Marana, by Mesa, by Phoenix, by Tempe, and other communities who have already implemented changes to their, making code text amendments to their zoning such that we can allow public participation and board decisions and conditions as part of the zoning. So, I think that this is, we're not, nothing new, nothing bold. Other bodies such as ours have already approved this.
To that point, I'd like to ask staff if the board can be provided with examples of similar items from other jurisdictions, especially if those items have been in place for a period of time. And it sounds like District 3 has done some research into this. They might have some of those items, but I suspect that your department would as well. And I think that would be enlightening to the board. Thank you.
Chair Scott, board members will provide that. This is the initiation, so we're going to go through a vigorous public process to create the text amendment. We'll use other jurisdictions' codes as a guide. We can update the board as needed, and all of that will be included throughout the public process.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Drozdowski. Supervisor Christie.
One question, you're not going to be generating a new amendment. You're going to be analyzing doing that.
Mr. Chair, board members, we will create a new text amendment. That's what the board's if the board initiates it. So we will create it. It's the scope and different options that we'll analyze throughout the process, and then start the public process, and then go through notice, meeting with neighborhood groups, going through the Planning and Zoning Commission, then ultimately bringing it to the Board of Supervisors for adoption.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. I want to thank my colleague from District 3 for bringing a framework that really should have come before us months ago. And this process is going to ensure that we have alignment with our jurisdictional partners across the region and across the state. And I wanted to just have a follow-up question for our county administration to ensure that as this process proceeds, that we are also looking internally to ensure that any economic development recruitment related to data centers or large utility users are put on hold until we are able to have the board offer the framework for this. Administrator Lesher, are you aware of any existing conversations with data centers or large utility users that we need to halt before we set this regulatory framework?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano, I know we are not in any discussions with any data centers. My only pause is related to large utility users. Defining large, I do not believe we are. No, we are not. It's that just the utility piece. No, sir, we are not. And we are, again, just a reminder, poised, we are coming to the board at September 2nd with new processes for the economic development process to include discussion of the transparency, public participation and awareness, as well as a full environmental review of our projects.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And I think what is really important to mention in all of this is that what we need in these next several months as this process lays out is to be able to have a direct conversation with the people of Pima County about what type of economic development initiatives, projects, priorities that we need and that we can all celebrate. The last few weeks, it's an understatement to say, have been very difficult for our community and for everyday citizens to figure out where their advocates are in local government. And I take that very, very to the heart because I've been on the advocacy side where what the message I want to send is that we did listen to a lot of the community conversation, and both the city and the county were unprepared because these guardrails did not exist. And so as we adapt to a new conversation, the message will continue to be that Pima County is open for sustainable growth, for strong economic development, and that we will work with our business community to be able to have those conversations proceed. I don't for one second believe that the actions being considered by the board today and introduced by my colleague from District 3 are meant to block that progress. They are meant to strengthen our work. They are meant to provide the framework that other municipalities, including, by the way, Republican cities and towns throughout the state, that have put guardrails because they recognize that if we are going to have these large industrial users coming in to a desert environment, that we've got to have everything in place to protect our precious natural resources. And so I just needed some confirmation that as we figure this all out internally, that we are also paying attention to the sentiment, public sentiment of the last few weeks on both sides, because I'm understanding of all of it. So thank you, Chair Scott. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kano, Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am an advocate for our community, especially our business community and jobs and economic development. And I think by the discussions we've had and by the statements that have been made, that there is an abundance of information that this board has not yet considered. And the way of this is wording is that it seems like it's a done deal. We're going to initiate a zoning code. Before we initiate anything, I think we should continue this to make sure that all of the areas that we have discussed today, be it the acreage, be it the legal exposure, be it the economic development hurdles that might throw up on this whole issue, that we get those responses first before moving on at any great length to, quote, initiate a zoning code.
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Allen, I had called on after Supervisor Christie, then I'll go back to you.
I just needed to that point, if that's okay with Supervisor Christie's. I think in parliamentary procedures, we're allowed to do that.
That is fine. Let me go, then Supervisor Allen, if you can wait just a sec, we'll let Supervisor Kano respond to that.
Supervisor Christie, I have not heard that any of the items that you have mentioned in your remarks are not to be considered as a part of this item. Is there a disconnect?
Supervisor Christie.
There's no disconnect, and it was noted by the individuals who responded to my questions that they did not have the information and that it would be forthcoming and that they would provide it. So there's no disconnect. I just want more information before we initiate anything.
Chair Scott, to that point, just want to emphasize that Supervisor Christie's input is heard in this motion based on the comments that he has brought to the entire board. And I do believe that we are taking those into consideration. It's now, what I appreciate about this particular item is that it gives opportunity for our county administrator to get involved in the day-to-day operations as we task her and her team to be able to put the board's vision into reality. And this is encompassing of the additional data that we need. And I think that point has been made. I don't want anybody on this board to leave unsettled feeling as though their input was not included. And so that's the point, Supervisor Christie, of my comments, to make sure that you know that you are being heard.
Thank you to both our colleagues, Supervisor Allen and then Supervisor Hines.
So I wanted to underscore that we in even introducing this initiation of a process for a code text amendment, talked with our attorneys at the county attorney's office, also talked to the city attorney to understand what they have initiated and how they're engaged in that process. And what we are introducing, just to underscore, is something that already exists within existing zoning and in other zoning. So for example, in GR1, conditional use permits are already required for specific industries within that zoning. Feed stores, grocery stores, neighborhood markets, gas stations, auto shops, all require a conditional use permit under GR1 zoning. In CI1 and CI3 also have conditional uses. In CI3 requires conditional use permits for intensive ag trade, intensive animal product processing, hazardous materials manufacturing. Right? So we target specific industries within zoning code all the time. So this is nothing that is necessarily kind of above and beyond or introducing something that is new or transformative in our zoning. It is a replication of an existing process that exists for specific industries. And then just the final piece is that this will come back to us. There's a whole process that at best is 3 to 4 months, but could extend upwards to 12 months. The city anticipates their process being approximately 6 months, and it will be approved and go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. It will also come to the board for a final vote. So there's many opportunities for more information and for people to weigh in.
Supervisor Allen, thank you. And before I call on Supervisor Hines, just a point to Mr. Brown, follow up on Supervisor Allen's points and also Supervisor Christie's. I believe there's information that the board is seeking from your office as well as from the county administrator and her team.
Yes, Supervisor Scott and Supervisors, just to clarify, we have been in touch with Supervisor Allen, with DSD, with county administration about any legal liability issues. I do want to clarify for the record, doing this effort is not illegal. There may be liability, but I want to clarify that it's not illegal to do it this way. And we have been and will continue to be in touch with county administration, and we will provide that information to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Lesher, were you seeking recognition? Okay, I apologize. All right, Supervisor Hines.
Oh, I think Supervisor Allen just made my point. We're asking to have this sort of looked into by staff, and they'll be coming back to us with proposals that the board will then decide on. This is not like actually doing the amendment. And so I think that I'm very comfortable moving forward with this direction.
Supervisor Hines, I appreciate your comments, and I associate myself with them. Back on June 17th, Supervisor Hines, Supervisor Christie, and I joined together to approve both the rezoning and the land acquisition item associated with Project Blue. But at the meeting after that, a majority of the board asked staff to come back to us in September to talk about not only how we could make perhaps refined use of non-disclosure agreements signed by the county, but also we asked for greater environmental impact analyses. And I find, and Supervisor Allen noted this in her item, I find this item to be connected with that previous motion, and am grateful to my colleague for bringing it forward. Any further questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Okay. Consistent with what I said earlier, we're doing a couple of addendum items now at the request of my colleagues. We're going to move now to addendum item number 4, sustaining and strengthening the Pima Early Education Program scholarships. This was put on the addendum by Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude for the families, the educators, and the community partners who have helped make the Pima Early Education Program scholarships, otherwise known as PEEPs, such an invaluable resource for parents across our county. I especially want to thank the speakers that came out today in support of this item. Penelope, Kelly, Monica, Yadel, Tiffany, Zach. I've heard directly from parents and from advocates like you who tell me that without PEEPs, high-quality preschool simply would not be an option for their child. This program has already changed thousands of lives, and that deserves our recognition. But gratitude also must come with responsibility. Today, only 1 in 4 children in Pima County have access to early education. And at the same time, families are facing preschool costs ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 a year. The need is great, and we cannot afford to move backward. Last year alone, with the board support, nearly 2,000 students benefited from PEEP scholarships. That's just not a number. It's 2,000 children walking into kindergarten curious, confident, and ready to learn. It's parents with peace of mind, knowing their kids are getting the strong foundation that they deserve. So that's why my proposal does 3 things. It closes this year's funding gap, looks for ways to expand eligibility so that more middle-income families can qualify, and it invites the private sector to keep this work going. I want to thank the City of Tucson for stepping up in the early years of PEEPs. Their commitment helped get us here, and now it is on us as a county to lead with vision and ensure this program continues to grow. From the District 5 perspective, the real question is, how much more can we do, not how many scholarships should we cut? It's difficult for me to accept the county administrator's belief that cuts to PEEPs be on the table, and that's why this proposal holds kids and PEEP scholarships harmless so that we can reaffirm the board's commitment to this program. This isn't about choosing between libraries and preschool. Both are pillars of learning. Both deserve our investment. The future of our children and the prosperity of our region demands that we do more, not less. And to our librarians, I want you to know that I hear you and I see you. Inner city library branches are hurting. We've got serious staffing concerns to address, and I am committed to figuring that out in the short term, not in 2 or 3 years. Investment in PEEPs is an investment in families, our workforce, our economy, and our prosperity initiative. And I believe that the framework before the board today is putting into motion work that is already happening on the ground. I want to thank Mr. Yenser for giving us the perspective that I agree with, that we should not be duplicating or reinventing any existing work. This item works in partnership with existing committees and groups who are committed to expanding the PEEPs program. And I want to thank everybody for recognizing the importance of this item. The District 5 office was pleased to introduce it. And as your county supervisor, I will never support cuts to our kids. Instead, I will support bold steps to expand opportunity, strengthen our libraries, and ensure that every child in Pima County gets the strong start they deserve. So I thank my board members for their consideration of this item.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor? Oh, I don't think he's moved it yet.
And I'll move the item.
And moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further questions or comments? Supervisor Christie?
Yes, for our edification, this initially was funded by COVID money, correct? And since that initial infusion of COVID money and the beginning of the program, how much money has been devoted to this over the last 3-4 years?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Supervisor Christie, the initial 3 years were provided at $10 million a year out of the COVID dollars, and with the help of the legislature and this board, those dollars, the program was moved to the library department.
So it's $30 million?
Insured funding past the end of the COVID dollars. The initial was 30. We are now looking at the 10 million plus coming from the library funding mechanisms.
And thank you, Ms. Lesher. Have we...
And Supervisor Christie, just one quick second, just to clarify, Ms. Lesher, the initial plan was for the ARPA funds to take care of 3 years, but because we didn't expend $10 million in any of those 3 years, what was the total number of years that the ARPA funds covered?
I'm looking for some help on the exact number.
Mr. Holmes.
Chair Scott.
$10 million a year?
Can you hear me? Sorry. Chair Scott, we actually we're going actually through 4 years coming up in December of 26.
Okay. So it was initially, we thought it might cover $10 million a year. It didn't, so it went beyond those initial 3 years. I just wanted to clarify that because of Supervisor Christie's question.
It has. Thank you. No, I think, and we're happy to again provide the update. We've sent the numbers that show how much we've got every year, but we can provide that update.
No, you got it. Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lesher. Has there been an investigation or a study on what PEEPS is impacting on the library district operations?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, we have been, I want to be clear, I think that recently there's become what almost feels like a Hobson's choice between libraries and education, which doesn't have to be that way. As Supervisor Kanu has said and others have said, what we're looking at is to ensure that we have the adequate resources within that taxing district to provide both. And so I don't think I can't come up and say we have not been able to do X or Y at the libraries because of PEEPS. There has been funding for both. I think in the intent of some recent communication with the board was simply to indicate that in the future it may be possible to look at the tax rate within the district. Do we need another penny or two in order to ensure that both thrive?
So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Lesher, specifically, there has been no analysis of the actual impact on the library district operations. Specifically.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, we have sent multiple memos about the budget within the district, within the library district funding. If there's a piece of that that's, perhaps I'm not understanding the question. We have indicated that we can continue, we have for multiple years funded both, and that we hope with very, very minor adjustments, both will continue long into the future.
Well, I think we need to be a little bit more specific in the analysis, but we'll leave that as it is. I've also noticed that I think one of the local TV stations just released a statement here, and I'll show it so everybody can see. It states that Tucson Unified School District students to see fewer standardized tests. And I believe the bulk of the recipients of the PEEPS program are fed into the Tucson Unified School District. And this obviously raises a question. If there's going to be fewer standardized tests, this sounds like education without metrics, and that basically is daycare. What are the metrics going to be if there's no if there's going to be fewer standardized tests?
Supervisor Christie, just to clarify, what the Tucson Unified School District announced the other day was the result of negotiations that they'd had with the Tucson Education Association. And the standardized tests that are referred to were internal tests that the district had prepared to get their students ready for state testing. And the input they got from their teachers was that the additional testing was taking away instructional time from teachers. I don't see that there's any necessary connection between your question and the preschool scholarships, because most of those tests that have been discontinued were administered to students in the later grades.
So, Mr. Chair, where are the metrics for this program?
I think the metrics of the program come from the various school districts in terms of what they've reported to us with regard to kindergarten readiness.
And they've actually provided metrics on that level.
I know that we have gotten that from the amphitheater district, and you heard from Ms. Bucciarelli-Fay earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
One of the things that I love about PEEPS is that it indeed is not limited just to TUSD, but it reaches out all across Pima County, including out in communities like Ajo, out in cells, throughout out around Arivaca, Mato. There are centers and places where our young children can all participate and have access to scholarships and get quality early education. As a mom, and it feels like yesterday, my son was going to preschool over at Desert Spring, it matters. Early childhood education, and there is indeed, so it's not just my word for it, but the research is abundant about the incredible impact that early childhood education has on children's educational excellence thereafter. But then moreover, even if we don't care about that, the impact on the parent and the parent's ability, especially for women, to be able to go back to work has a profound, and the research exists that tells that story and the value of that. So layer upon layer, there is research that demonstrates the absolute value of investing in early childhood education. PEEPS is phenomenal. And I think at this moment in time, right, where there is a lot of economic uncertainty, investing in early childhood education makes sense. We are getting lots of requests because of the loss of federal funding across our county that is being experienced by different agencies and different programs. The budget is incredibly tight. So spending more money on things indeed makes me incredibly apprehensive, and knowing that we are only 8.5 months into a federal administration that is pulling the rug out from underneath, funding programs that are critical in our community. That apprehensiveness I reconcile because PEEPS is so important, and that investing in early childhood education is indeed bringing more stability to our community. So I thank Supervisor Cano, community partners, for really making sure that we keep our eye on the ball. And so thank you, and I'm excited to support this.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Cano?
Thank you. To my colleagues, I just want to thank you for the conversations that we've had with your respective offices to prepare this item. I don't believe that this item alone is the end of our work. It, in fact, is reinforcing the incredible strength that this program has brought to our region. I am so thankful that this board, prior to my entrance to it, has set the tone for this strong program. And the reality is we've got 6 out of 10 more children to serve with this. And County taxpayer dollars can't be the only revenue source in all of this, and they're not, right? You've got First Things First, you've got Head Start, you've got state functions. We as a region need to work to ask our legislative partners and our governor to do more to support this program. But more importantly, I'm excited about the ways that we can work with our private sector to bring the eligibility criteria to be expanded, right? You shouldn't make too little to be a recipient of this program. We should be looking for ways, like both Supervisor Hines and I have done at the legislature, where we look at very specific programs that allow us to expand the eligibility criteria, like Kids Care when I was minority leader, to be able to give more access to our families and to our kids. So thank you for your consideration, colleagues. And I, of course, want to thank our incredible community advocates who kept us accountable on this as well.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I join with Supervisor Allen in thanking you for bringing the item forward. And I'm not surprised that not only is Mr. Yenser here from the Chamber of Southern Arizona, but Dr. Petticone is here from the Southern Arizona Leadership Council. And I think one reason why the business community has consistently supported the Pima Early Education Program scholarships is because we're able to say to any business that wants to locate or expand in Pima County that we have a thriving pre-K to higher ed community. And the one area where the county can really have an impact is in preschool. It's the function of the K-12 charter schools and public school districts to work in that realm. It's the function of Pima Community College and the University of Arizona to focus on higher ed. But where we're able to have an impact is in preschool. And I have said this to Supervisor Cano because he was once on Supervisor Elias's staff. I cannot go into a preschool in this county without thinking of Richard Elias, who really was our pioneer. And at one point was the only person on this dais who was willing to stand up for the county, taking a leadership role in breaking down barriers to access to early childhood education. When we, meaning Supervisor Hines, Supervisor Grijalva, and I became a pro early childhood education majority in 2021, the cost of preschool in Pima County was on average $800 a month per child. And I'm sure that cost is either the same or higher since then. The amount of money that Supervisor Hines has in this item will not only safeguard a certain number of scholarships, it will allow a new program to be stood up. Supervisor, my apologies. Sorry, I'm looking at both of you at the same time. Sorry, Supervisor Cano. There's something else that I wanted to point out, which is that when we were elected in 2021, we talked about that $10 million a year figure with our friends from Preschool Promise. And I think that figure was directly cited to me for the first time by Steve Lynn, who's part of Preschool Promise and part of the Southern Arizona Leadership Council. But we've never said as a board, no more, no less. We've never once said that as a matter of policy. And as was pointed out during the discussion, we've never spent the full 10 million, except I think for the first time last year. And so when we're looking at long-term planning for this program, I don't want us to feel that that figure is somehow etched in granite. Instead, what I think we should be looking at is how are we moving that thermometer? And by thermometer, I mean the graphic image that is attached to all of those reports that we get. And yes, I read the entire report, not just the anecdotes. And how are we serving more kids? My office has a quarterly meeting with county staff who have led in making sure that this program is vigorous and serves the people that it's supposed to serve every quarter. And the director of the program told us in our last meeting that we met our goal of 1,500 kids last year. Well, I think each year we should be asking ourselves as a county, what's our goal? How many kids do we want to serve this year? And another principle of this program has been that we will never, ever, ever have the early childhood education program be in conflict with library operations. As Ms. Lesher pointed out, it was a decision of the legislature and the previous governor, Governor Ducey, to give counties the ability to use the secondary property tax that funds the library district to help fund PEEPs. But we have always said as a board, we never want library operations and early childhood education to be in conflict. They never have been, as Ms. Lesher has pointed out today and in her numerous memoranda to the board, and they never will be. They never will be. I do think, however, and I've said this to staff, both in that quarterly meeting that I was referring to and in a conversation with Ms. Lesher, I do think that the board needs more information as to why, and this was mentioned in the memo attached to this item, why we need an additional 40 full-time equivalents in the library district. I know that half of those are associated with the Elias branch, but the other half are the result of discussions between county administration, library administration, the library advisory board, and the board needs some more information about that, especially since we're just about a month and a half into a new fiscal year. So I really hope that Supervisor Cano's item is the impetus for us to be engaged as a community in long-term planning for this program. Because I know how it's going to be addressed in the next few years, but I think in terms of long-term planning, there still needs to be more community conversations, more board dialogue. But I want to finish up by thanking Ms. Lesher and everybody on her team because it has taken an extraordinary amount of work by county staff since 2021 to work not just with our partners in Preschool Promise, but also our partners in the preschool community and the K-12 districts. And Ms. Bucciarelli-Fay, I don't know that there's any district that has done more to break down barriers to early child education than AMFI, and I hope that you're sharing some of your trade secrets with the with the other districts, because I think you're serving right around half a kindergarten cohort, which is extraordinary. All right, so
Chair Scott,
Supervisor Cano,
just to that point,
please.
and thank you for your very kind words. I agree with everything. There are some technical changes that I want to just briefly mention. In a prior conversation, there was a suggestion that as part of item 2 in the item that we ensure that school districts are included in that particular first line. So it says direct the county administrator to convene a standing roundtable with representatives from the city of Tucson, Marana, Oro Valley, Sahuarita, South Tucson, Vail, school districts, and appropriate community partners. That's the change that I'd want to include. And also, the county administrator's memo correctly pointed out that there is not a library contingency fund. So I wanted to just ensure that county administration knows where this funding is coming from. It's meant to be from the reserves in the library district. That was the District 5's Scrivener's error, and we just want to ensure that that is made clear as part of the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines is okay with that as your seconder. And just to follow up on your point, and it's something I neglected to mention in my remarks, but I mentioned it to Mr. Holmes when he took part in our quarterly meeting. I know there was some discussion, Ms. Lesher, in your memo about the board being asked to come up with a policy specific to the library district with regard to a library district reserve. And I'm wondering if we will also get similar proposals for the flood control district and the stadium district. Yes? Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you all very much. All right. Supervisor Hines, requested that we, since we're on the addendum, that we move through the addendum, which includes an item that he placed on there. I will tell you that the one addendum item, Supervisor Hines, that we won't be covering right now is executive session, which is set for a time certain of 12 o'clock. But let's move to item number 5, which was put on the agenda by, the addendum by Supervisor Christie. This is amended Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for October 2025. Supervisor Christie.
Basically, there was kind of an anomaly in last year's schedule that we ended up having back-to-back meetings in October. I don't think they make much sense, and that there's another anomaly in this October's meeting schedule to have back-to-back sessions, and I'm just simply referring them back to the normal schedule, which is the first and third Tuesdays of every month.
Did you want to move your item, Supervisor?
I so move.
Second, is there a reason, by the way, that we had that back-to-back thing before we vote?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Allen.
So I am imagining that the reason was that that particular week is TUSD's fall break. And so I
think it's also sunny sides. Ms. Manriquez, if you could add to the board's discussion, I'd appreciate it.
Chair Scott, board members, yes, it was to accommodate Tucson Unified School District and Sunnyside Unified School District's fall break, which is that week of October 7th through the 11th, I believe.
And my understanding is that was a matter that was brought forth by our previous chair, and she did so not only because of board members who might be affected, but also staff who may have plans, family plans during that time, because we do have a lot of staff who have children in both of those school districts.
Chair Scott, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Manriquez. Any further questions or comments from board members? All right, all those in favor of Supervisor Christie's item indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No?
Opposed.
Okay, that Supervisor Cano had to leave the dais, so that item is tied. And Ms. Manriquez, does that mean it comes back at the next meeting, or can we take it up again when Supervisor Cano returns to the dais?
Chair Scott, according to the board rules and regulations, a tie vote results in it being moved to the next regular scheduled meeting.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Brown, you concur as our parliamentarian?
I concur, Chair Scott. If we want to, I'm trying to think of the right term, but if you wanted to pause the vote because someone left the dais unexpectedly, I see no problem in concluding the vote when that supervisor returns, as opposed to bringing it back in an entirely different meeting.
Okay. Well, I hear a door. Supervisor Cano.
I guess we can't have discussion right now.
Supervisor Cano, I'm going to hold open the vote on addendum item number 5. Because 2 supervisors were in favor of it, 2 supervisors were opposed. I don't know how much of the discussion you were able to hear. I know we have audio in the back, but go ahead, Supervisor, with any comments you may have.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. I apologize. I had to step out to the
It's
facilities. I am a no on item number 5.
Okay. Having heard that from Supervisor Cano, the item is not agreed to. All right, let's go to item number 6, which was put on the addendum by Supervisor Hines.
Excellent. And I will be relying on, this was an item that we discussed several months ago, following some of my travel as well as our economic development office leadership travel to Mexico, and we're looking to explore and invest in frankly, this relationship with our largest economic partner, trading partner here. And we directed staff to come back to us with a plan to move forward, to do everything we can to grow this relationship. Obviously, there's some more additional economic insecurity at this time, and I think it's incredibly important that we work to foster these relationships, to increase direct foreign investment, facilitate the development and expansion of Mexican-owned companies and businesses right here in Southern Arizona. And also, as a secondary priority from the healthcare system perspective, we are in desperate need, or will be very soon, in much more desperate need of recruiting professionals. And that goes for, frankly, if you talk to anyone at Raytheon, that goes for engineers, that goes for nurses, physicians, all sorts of professionals to get them to come to Southern Arizona. We are competing with every other jurisdiction in the country. And we have an amazing resource, frankly, in just south of the border. So I would like to actually throw this to the director of our Economic Development Department to explain a little bit more.
Let me see if Ms. Lesher had any comments she wanted to make, and then she can defer to Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and thanks to Supervisor Hines for getting this discussion moving. And I think what you have before you today is what we would see as the very first baby steps, if you will, as we begin to expand into an office. We have had conversations with Supervisor Hines and his office, and there have been a variety of trips already conducted with our economic development team, with support and assistance of Supervisor Hines. We have had discussions about ultimately opening offices in other communities, a couple of cities in Mexico, having staff there, et cetera. What this does today is bring on, if approved, it lets us bring in a couple of consultants or some assistants to work with Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi and others who know this industry well, to help us identify exactly where in the identified cities we need to open offices, who we might partner with if that's appropriate, and who are the right staff to be hiring. So this is that first step. Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi, if you'd like to add to that.
Administrator Lesher, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Scott, or Hines, excuse me. Nothing additional to add. I think we've just laid out effectively a buffet of options, right? And from that, County Administration has made a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for your consideration. Whatever the direction of this board is, the Economic Development Department will implement that appropriately. And I believe we'll have our first review, if approved, within the first 6 months of this happening. So thank you.
Great, and with that, I will move the item as outlined.
I'll second. Further discussion, Supervisor Cano and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, for introducing this item. Administrator Lesher, I am looking at your recommendations, which I am supportive of. I'm also just curious if you or a member of Mr. DeBonis or our Economic Development Director might be able to share a little bit more about how the county's FTEs and the Economic Development Department align with that of the city of Tucson. How many do we have? How many do they have?
Ms.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and I will turn to Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number of what the city staff is, so maybe you can explain how they line up.
Yes, ma'am, not a problem at all. County Administrator, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano. So I believe at this moment in time, the City of Tucson's Economic Initiatives Department has 11 total FTEs within it. Within Pima County's Economic Development Department, we have 4.5 FTEs at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate the question, the response. I have made my position with the county administration very clear that what I would like to see with our economic development team is more FTEs. This proposal, the memo that was sent to the board on the 15th, does not do that, and I'd like us to do more. I have made that point consistently clear when we gave a contract to support our economic development initiatives to an outside entity. Let's do more. Related to our conversation with our southern partner, our trading partner, I fully support Supervisor Hines's effort to be able to keep this conversation going. It is additional work, And so Supervisor Hines, I ask for your support to continue advocating for more personnel in the economic initiatives team, economic development team, because I think that if we're going to be adding more work, we should be adding more people. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Allen.
Administrator, isn't that part of the core mission of your department to engage any opportunities with Mexico to benefit Pima County?
Chair Scott, Vice Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, yes, sir, it is. It is in our 2023-2026 Economic Development Strategic Plan to engage with Mexico as well as Canada and other various opportunities for attraction of foreign direct investment into Pima County.
And I do want to point out that the county does support the Chamber of Tucson, of Southern Arizona. Sorry, I'll get it right soon. The Chamber of Southern Arizona. And it seems to me that the Chamber would be very receptive to any kind of overtures from businesses in Mexico to have greater ties and greater communications here. And if that is not the case, which I believe it is the case, we certainly can ask for more involvement with the Chamber of Southern Arizona to explore possibilities within their own core values and core functions. So we have the Pima County Economic Development, we have the Chamber of Southern Arizona, and we have within the newly formed chamber individuals who served for many years in economic development through Sun Corridor. So I do not see the necessity of taking money from the contingency fund to fund more employees and more expenses to do something that I think we're fully equipped to participate in within our own means here in Pima County. If we're not doing these things outlined, which it obviously appears that we are doing them, we certainly need to have discussions with both entities about upping their involvement and their efforts to create more opportunities for businesses between Mexico and Southern Arizona, and particularly Pima County. So I think we've got the tools in our toolbox right now. If they're not doing what they need to be doing right now, we can certainly direct them to do so. But to take money from the contingency fund, to add more employees, to open new offices, when we should be doing all these things on our own anyway, I think is superfluous and basically not needed. We need to make sure our folks, our administration, and our investments already made are doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hines, for keeping this in the forefront. I think that strengthening our relationship and relationships in Mexico at this particular point in time makes a whole lot of sense. And ensuring that we are doing what we can to build the relationships and the conduit that can help fill some gaps within our economy, within some of our key industries. I do have a couple of questions, though, that I think are really critical for me to understand what our work could and should look like. In talking with Visit Tucson, the city, and hearing about other offices and investments that are happening in Mexico, I think I would love a better understanding of kind of who is where and why, right? Which offices are set up where in Mexico, and why they are there. What was the rationale for different places, right? So if we are looking to set up a greater exchange with the medical industry, my understanding is that UNAM in Mexico City has the most robust medical school, and that then Guadalajara also has really robust medical schools. And so I think I'm just curious then about why Baja has popped up. My assumption is just that Baja has got a tight association with Southern California. So I think I just want to understand a little bit more around why and what unique role or niche we are trying to fill that others are not currently filling. Because I don't want to see us duplicating efforts that other municipalities and other entities are doing. I think that there's it's a big enough country. Our need is great. And so, so just making sure that we can hone in exactly in communities and places and industries that make sense for us and play up our unique needs and are a match. The last piece is to just also help me understand how, and maybe the answer is just it doesn't, but how this investment and uptick in work might align or not align with the Border Counties Coalition. And I think thinking about the border and both the buildup around ports of entry and facilitating trade through the border seems like it could and should be inextricably linked to an increased investment in foreign direct investment in Mexico. So.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you very much for the question. So I can speak to the alignment on the Arizona Border Counties Coalition. I think first and foremost, at one point we had discussed the idea of creating a small sub-strategy for our engagement with Mexico. We had a few dollars set aside to do that. We have since paused that effort because of this larger discussion about what an investment, in additional due diligence would look like into Mexico specifically. For the Arizona Border Counties Coalition, we would see that as an advocacy and policy vehicle to move forward some of these critical discussions that we're having on the component of there being subnational diplomatic efforts across the border between Pima County and Mexico. Earlier, you briefly mentioned why Baja California. As an example, Baja California, the state government of Baja California, is actually looking to diversify their industry outreach, so not just working with California specifically, but looking at other states, and Arizona is specifically on that radar. I earlier, just this last week, actually had a meeting with the Undersecretary of the Economy for the state of Baja California. We had a very fruitful discussion about some of the efforts that we can go through government to government. And so those are where some of these conversations are moving towards, is what those larger partnerships look like government to government. And then obviously we would be engaging the rest of our regional partners in a lot of these different efforts as well. I think to Supervisor Christie's point as well, there's a specific role for everybody in all of these discussions, and each one of us has a unique skill set that we could bring to the table underneath the umbrella of this overall strategy for development. And please let me know if I missed anything at all.
Supervisor Allen, any other?
I mean, I guess just to put a finer point on it, I would love a chart. I know I'm being very specific, but but something that shows very clearly, Visit Tucson has offices or staff where, and are there particular sort of strategies or industries that they are targeting, trying to reach out to? Arizona Commerce Authority, where are they invested in, and kind of why? Who are they trying to reach? City of Tucson, where are they? City of Phoenix, where are they? And just to get a good understanding of the landscape before we step into it, I would feel better knowing what that landscape looks like, and understanding a little bit about why people have, other entities, municipalities, have made the decisions that they have made to invest in foreign direct investment in Mexico.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Any other questions or comments? No, I was asking Supervisor Allen if you still had more. Okay, all right. Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Hines.
This is, I think, basically what I'm drawing from Supervisor Allen's comments is like a concern for being superfluous in our efforts here and overlapping. And I think that needs to be really delineated a lot more specifically as to who's going to be doing what. Secondly, I'm concerned about the fact that, as this is another example of how this board is so willing to spend taxpayers' dollars when we don't even know how much the federal government is going to be demanding us to pay back. So here we are expanding more costs from the contingency fund without knowing what we're going to be incurring from the federal government as far as clawbacks. And third, my final question is, how much money is the city of Tucson going to be investing in this program too?
Administrator Lesher, did you want to delegate to Mr. Vescovi-Cure?
Well, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, this is a program that we've been looking at simply for Pima County. As what I've heard from Supervisor Allen and others, they would like us to look at everyone else who's involved in this space. So we will be coming back with the chart and diagram, let you know what the City of Tucson is doing, University of Arizona, Pima College, what all the other partners are doing.
So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Lesher, what you're expressing is that there are other entities that could potentially benefit from this enterprise. And it would seem to me, based on that, it would be realistic to make sure that they participate financially in it too, if it gets that far. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And look, I in talking with our Director of Economic Development, being in Mexico with him a couple of times in two different places, Mexico City as well as Aguascalientes, it's very clear to me that the jurisdictions that are going to reap the benefits of this kind of relationship need to have boots on the ground. You have to show up. And so this is an initial investment. I want to double the budget, frankly, because that would still not get us to what Tucson is doing on economic development. Tucson has I believe at least one full-time FTE at the direct, I believe at a pretty high level, who is dedicated only to direct foreign investment. So I'm not saying we have to match the city on every single possible thing, but given that the statutes very clearly tell the county supervisors across the state to do anything and everything possible to frankly, to work toward enhancing the economic conditions for our residents and for this region, this is really important, and this is one of our smallest departments. And just to the example that we heard from one of our speakers during call to the public, the sheriff, once again, has gone over by millions of dollars, and we wouldn't even need all of that $4 million to double the budget for economic development. It's what we should be doing. I want to have another 5, 6, 7 FTEs there. I'd love several of them to be in Mexico to be doing this work on the ground, because again, having been there several times recently, the people that can shake hands and see you face to face and maybe speak in a little bit of Spanish too, that is incredibly important and shows how committed we are. And the reason I am very much a fan of this is because we're doing this in a thoughtful way, and we are starting slower than I would like to, but we are starting slow and asking for experts to help us direct. Let's figure out, where do those boots on the ground have the best opportunity for success, and where can we reap the most benefit for this relationship? And so, yes, I want more FTEs as soon as we can possibly do it, but I also understand how important it is to plan this kind of an expansion out. There aren't a lot of counties, there may not be any counties, frankly, that have boots on the ground in other countries. And in our situation in this area of the world, this makes a heck of a lot of sense. But I also understand why having a smaller investment, working with experts and consultants to figure this out in conjunction with our staff, I think that's a really important way to approach it. But I will definitely be coming back to ask for your consideration to further expand and fund this effort in the future. But I think this is a great way to go to plan it and to make sure that we know what we're doing and we're not just throwing money away.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I have a question for our county administrator and/or our finance director. Can you give us a quick summary of the board contingency fund, what's in it, and what its purpose is meant to be when these kind of opportunities arise?
Administrator Lesher.
Certainly, I'm going to ask Mr. Quadron to give those specifics.
Mr. Quadron.
Chair Scott, board members, the contingent, I don't have the number right off the top of my head on what our contingency is. So I'll have to get that back. I'll have to bring that back to you. But the contingency in the general fund is intended to be for emergencies, emergency uses broadly, and that's its intended use. I can think of an example of if there was an emergency at one of the county buildings and we needed to use contingency fund to repair the building, something of that nature, that would be an available use of contingency fund balance there. Again, I don't have the total. I apologize for that, but I can get that back to you on what that total number is.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Has anyone in the room with the laptop figured this number out by chance?
I'm not. We'll get it to you in a moment. I'm sorry.
So, Supervisor Hines, I'm going to, at the expense of perhaps surprising some of my colleagues, I believe that the direction we need to be taking is equipping our economic development team with the resources that they need. The contingency fund is available for use by the county to be able to support mid-year operations into our efforts. And coming from the philanthropic sector, I really hesitated anytime I saw a list of priorities with more things to do and not the people power to be able to make it happen. Because this is using the existing contingency, I want us to make sure that we're doing this in a smart way with assets before what is needed. And so I'm asking for a motion to increase this to $250,000 from the contingency fund, allowing us to have some breathing room for a full-time FTE and the related compensation efforts to support the intention of this item, but also to grow the FTEs within that department. I recognize that I've not had the chance to talk with Supervisor Hines about this, but I think that it puts some substance and meat to what we are trying to do. One of the recommendations in the memo that was received by the board included a specific line item for this particular effort. And so I think we have to exercise the board's authority to invest in our departments using the contingency fund. So I will offer that as a motion, not knowing where it will head. It's a substitute motion, essentially increasing the allocation to 250 instead of the 100, with the understanding that the additional allocations outline the county administrator's recommendations of the 100,000 baseline, but also for us to create more jobs in our region and support the expansion of our economic development team with contingency fund dollars. So that's my motion. I don't know if there's a second.
I'll second that, but can I second it if the primary motion was mine originally? That's
I believe
okay, right?
he can, correct? Yes.
And for just to keep the conversation going, have we found out how much is in our contingency?
Yeah.
Mr. Quaron.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Connell, the general fund contingency budget for FY26 is $1 million.
Okay, so I am going to, that would be a huge hit to the general contingency fund. So I'm going to retract my motion now that we have these numbers. And I still believe that my repeated at least 6 weeks of requests for us to figure this out need to be heard. So in the spirit of keeping this proposition going, I would like us to come back to the board in the next 60 days to be able to figure out what vacancy savings we can find to fund an additional FTE position within the economic development team, not using the general fund contingency given existing resources are so limited. And I recognize that was also a District 5 request for us to be in that position. So I thank you, Director Quadron, for looking at how we can do as much as we can with what we have. But I do think that this is a priority for this board.
So just to clarify, board members and members of the public, we're going back to the original motion, which is to support the administrator's recommendation as outlined in the memo attached to this item. Supervisor Allen.
So when my understanding is that we were getting an update on the creation of the plan. That's what the agenda item says, and then going back through the memos, it was not clear to me that we were approving the chart, the kind of budget broad strokes in the memo.
Supervisor Hines made that motion earlier.
I guess my motion was to approve the recommendations from staff.
Right.
Was I not clear there?
That was the items in the memo, in Ms. Lesher's memo. That was my understanding of your motion.
Yes.
Was that the motion, Ms. Manriquez?
Chair Scott, board members, yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor Allen.
I guess I still think that we need more information about what it is that we would be investing in, what it is that staff would be doing, as we think about where to do work in Mexico, given that there is a lot of other entities that have staff there and are doing relationship building. I understand that having people do that work is the critical piece, but where and why?
So, Supervisor Allen, thank you for those remarks. And beyond wanting to see the chart that you requested earlier, I also am interested in what would be the components of the sub-strategy that was noted in Ms. Lesher's memo and that Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi referred to earlier. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to continue this item until our September 2nd meeting so that we can get that information.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion on the substitute motion. All those in favor of the substitute motion to continue the item until September 2nd indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The item passes 3-2. So we'll take up this item again on September 2nd with the information requested from board members. All right. Let's go, let's finish up the addendum. We have items 7 and 8, and I will move both of those items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion about items 7 and 8 on the addendum. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those two items carry. Let's go, because we have guests with us, and we're going to go into executive session in 40 minutes. My intent is to do item 15 and then do items 11 and 12. So that, I'm sorry, 12 and 13, so that we can maybe free up the day for Ms. Davis and Ms. Vasquez. All right, so item 15 is Industrial Development Authority, multifamily housing revenue bonds. I will move that the board adopt resolution number 2025-28. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. And as I said that I would, and he's already coming forward, I'm going to ask Mr. Solania from the Industrial Development Authority to add to the items, the material that he attached to this item. Mr. Solania, thank you for being here.
Chair Scott, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors and County Administration, thank you for having me. I am Michael Slania, Counsel to the Industrial Development Authority. To some of the board members, we haven't had the opportunity to work together on Pima IDA matters before. The Pima IDA is a statutorily created entity. It does not pledge the obligation of the county, the state, or the Pima IDA to the bonds. It's project-based financing. So from that perspective, it is strictly a borrower coming forward to borrow money. By going through the Industrial Development Authority, you can normally achieve a lower interest rate on those bonds. The revenue bonds, and that's what they are under the statute, are again not any use of taxpayer monies. The IDA does not receive any support from the county. The resolution that you have before you is for multifamily housing revenue bonds. It is for an affordable housing development for the benefit of Family Housing Resources. Ms. Headings spoke earlier. If you have more questions, happy to bring her back up. But this is a specific situation where in order to issue bonds of these types, you must obtain what are called private activity volume cap. That is a scarce resource. It doesn't sound like scarce, but it's $900 million for the entire state of Arizona. If not used in any year, you can get carry forward. The carry forward, which is what's the subject matter of this resolution, is only good for 3 calendar years. So we have carry forward for a project authorized by the Pima IDA for Family Housing Resources that will expire at the end of this year if not used, which means it goes away. and can't be used by any other authority. It can't be used for anything other than multifamily housing development. The state statutes allow you to move from one project to another project if that need occurs, which is what is happening here. So at their meeting, the Pima IDA authorized issuance of the bonds and a reallocation of that private activity carry forward volume cap from the project that Ms. Headings identified at Campbell and Drexel to this project that they are currently working on in Goodyear, Arizona. The structure, and I can go into that into a little bit detail if people want, is a publicly offered bond issue that at the end of construction would become a single multifamily note held by Citibank as a affordable housing developer. Again, the IDA can issue bonds not only in Pima County, but throughout the state, as all IDAs can, for multifamily housing developments with nonprofit partners. So I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have. Bring Ms. Headings up if there are specifics about the multifamily housing project. Let me know how I can help.
Mr. Slania, thank you. Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Could we get some more detail as to why the project at Campbell failed, or is not necessarily failed, but is halted or stymied or whatever? Why is that happening?
Ms. Headings, thank you for coming up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Christie. So the primary issue that we faced was the original development plan that we had put forward only had a maximum of 100 units. And with that density, we still had about an $8 million gap, even assuming the gap funding that we currently expect. The intention was to use the low-income housing tax credit program for that, the 4%. But at this time, it just became financially unfeasible to pursue, which is why we're sort of in the process of a redevelopment. The City of Tucson passing the Community Corridors tool allowed us to potentially explore additional density at the project, which is going to, I think, enhance what we can do. We actually have a new plan with the city's planning department that is allowing us to increase the maximum number of units at the project.
Didn't you have an idea what it was going to cost before it got to the point where you couldn't go any further?
Well, there is a lot that goes into each of these projects, and it is fairly complex. So the process, we found land that we felt was reasonable and that could be explored, thought that this was a reasonable development project for it. Unfortunately, it just has not been able to be pursued. But I don't think that it is completely off the table.
So, not to belabor the question, but not something that could be reasonably pursued because...
The original project?
Yes.
I mean, it truly did come down to just the financing and not having a feasible financial structure for the project.
So this money was initially intended for this project that you're referring to?
It was, correct.
And it can't be followed, so now it's being sent up to the Goodyear location?
It would be partnered with, so FHR is the general partner for the project. So FHR will participate in the project, join forces with Lincoln Avenue Group, which is a very robust national builder who has not come to Pima County because it financially has not been feasible. The cost of construction has been too high and the rents have been too low to financially make it feasible.
And you did mention that you plan to pursue the Campbell Avenue.
Correct.
And how do you envision getting that money to do that?
Well, we're still exploring how we are going to complete the project, whether or not that would be a 9% low-income housing tax credit project or a 4% going forward. We're still sort of developing that and determining which one will be most advantageous for us to pursue. But we have every intention to pursue the project and make it happen.
Do you have a time frame?
The desire is for us to go in 2026, either for that 9%, which is a competitive process, or again, for another 4% allocation request.
And if I could add, that volume cap that I referenced, the private activity volume cap, is a calendar year test. So every year there's about $900 million that the state will receive. that is held as a process the beginning of every year among a multitude of purposes. But that would allow every year, if it's not the first year, you can get a reallocation later in the year. At this point, you'd have to wait for next January for the next available volume.
So theoretically, if you were able to finish the Campbell project and you did have the funding, how would the Goodyear project be impacted by that?
The Goodyear project, we will issue bond. The expectation is, assuming your consideration and approval today, we would issue the bonds for the Goodyear project. That is separate and apart from any financing that would be done for the Campbell Drexel project.
But you are taking the funds that were initially intended for the Campbell Avenue and transferring them to the Goodyear.
But all that is a volume cap allocation. So it's the issuance of bonds. There is no limitation on the amount of bonds that can be issued for project-based financing like this under the IDA statute. So there could be issued 60 million of bonds for the Campbell or for Campbell Drexel, just like there could be.
Mr. Slania, pardon me for interrupting, but the clerk asked that you speak into the mic. Thank you.
There is no limitation on the amount of project-based financing. So the 60 million that is used for the Goodyear project can be separate and apart from the 60 million that might be issued in the future for Campbell Drexel.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And just to clarify, just to follow up on your point, Mr. Slania, were the board not to approve this resolution and the recommendation of the IDA, those funds would not be available for any project?
They would expire at the end of this calendar year in December, yes.
Got it. All right, thank
with
you.
no use.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, and I've been trying to sort of wrap my head around the situation. So just to clarify, there's no remedy for requesting an extension. Does not exist.
It does not exist. It's a Treasury regulation. When the carry forward was obtained in 2022, the Pima IDA had to file something to request, and they got that 3-year period. There is no extension available.
So if the funds don't get spent, does it affect IDA's bond rating, or are there ramifications for money just being unspent?
There are no ramifications for that. As I indicated, each project is based on its own. So this project, if there was a rating on it, would be just for this project based on this borrower. So it would be separate and apart from any future for Campbell Drexel.
And then I think the resolution had mentioned, or the memo had mentioned, that there is a fee that the county collects when the bond is issued for the project. What is that fee? How is it determined? And
the standard fee that the Pima IDA charges under the statute is an annual administrative fee that is 5 basis points on the outstanding principal amount of the bonds, or at the basis of, or at the request of the borrower, it can be an upfront fee charged at the initial point. That has not yet been determined.
And then my last question is will Maricopa County support some affordable housing efforts in Pima? Sorry.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, I would love that.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of adopting the resolution indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you both for your patience and for investing most of your morning with us.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to try and get items 12 and 13 covered before we go into executive session. So item 12 under the county administrator is Pima County Climate Action Update. Administrator Lusher.
Thank you very much. Chair Scott and members of the board, I'm going to turn this over to Senior Advisor Sarah Davis to walk you through the operations and the metrics with the update of Pima Can. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, it's an honor to be here. I will be cognizant of the time between now and executive session and my esteemed colleague, Senior Advisor Vasquez, and her wildfire update. So while the slides get up on the screen, I want to underscore that this is really built by the commitment of the Board of Supervisors. On May 6th, the board approved a pretty substantial, a very substantial new recommendation for how we approach climate and how we are going to strategize the next 5-year plan. So board resolution that was approved really notably had a 60% reduction in carbon emissions goals. And we can jump to the next slide, please. So not only a 60% reduction in carbon emissions goals across our county operations, but a shift in how we look at climate work and sustainability work and conservation to how are we adapting to some of our region's biggest climate risks and how are we building resilience across communities? How are we better not only preparing, but recovering from extreme heat, wildfire risk, and some of our biggest other risks like drought? So this is a result, this is the primer of our 5-year plan that the board will be able to receive and respond to and consider for approval with the data and metrics. So as you know, the climate action teams are representative of over 25 county departments, 40 staff members, directors, subject matter experts, and key operational folks that are going to help drive this work. And on July 31st, we had a half-day working session to get the metrics. I think we all know some of the barriers to federal funding in this space. And so what we really wanted to present to the board is our commitment to you all, a data-driven approach to sustainability, energy efficiency, and adaptation and resilience measures. Next slide, please. So you've seen this slide before, and as you know, we are also embarking in a regional climate action plan, which includes partners with City of Tucson, Oro Valley, South Tucson, Tohono O'odham Nation, to look, and PAG, Pima Association of Governments, to look at a full regional greenhouse gas emissions inventory. That's the column on the right. It is substantial. And the column on the left is our commitment for Pima County operations. As you see, our biggest carbon emissions footprint is really in our facilities and our wastewater and our fleet. One thing we've never included before is commuter emissions. So this will be new to the climate action plan. As you look on the regional side, we're really focused on comprehensive efforts in transportation emissions, residential energy, industrial, and commercial. Wastewater is a very small portion of the regional emissions, but it is a big portion for us. So we are going to share that commitment that our regional partnership has of that 60% reduction by 2030, because what we've done is we've done a substantial amount of public feedback gathering about what people's climate priorities are and what they want to see. And a lot of people said, we really want to see government agencies take the first step. And so this is our demonstrated commitment in that space. Next slide, please. So what does 60% look like? The last time I was here in front of the board, we didn't have some of that commuter emissions data. Now we do. What you have seen before is this graphic, which is our emissions across our facilities, wastewater, and fleet. When we updated the board in October, closing out fiscal 24, we were ahead of schedule for our carbon emissions reductions, but that is substantially larger now. So what does that look like for 2030? As you look at the 53,265 metric tons of carbon emission equivalent, that goal for 2030 just across our facilities, fleet, and wastewater is now 38,509 metric tons of carbon equivalent. So we sought to say, hey, can we do this? Do we have enough projects? Do we have enough connectivity between our capital improvement plan, our integrated infrastructure plan, and our energy efficiency goals to meet this roughly 31,000 metric ton emission reduction? And we do. And that's something we can say confidently to the board. And we want to be a lot more data driven about these opportunities. What we looked at is what does that average out annually, roughly about 6,122 metric tons of carbon equivalent. We know it won't be evenly distributed across 5 years, but we wanted to know based on our SAPCO if performance-based metrics can influence our future. Next slide, please. How you've never seen this data is including our carbon emissions reduction based on commuter emissions. And so this is new data to us, and we are accustomed to looking at those other three together and not as a whole. So if we're looking at the 2021 compared to 2024, we see 2021, it was only 8%, but what did we all do in 2021? Lots of folks telecommuted. So a pandemic is not a great way to set a barometer for data, but our travel reduction program survey is. And so we are going to have that survey come out in October. We do have a full data set for 2024, by which it was 12%. And I think we're going to look at our data from that PAG survey that is distributed through Department of Environmental Quality and see really what that is. Usually we get an N of 30% on that return. And we really want to see all staff take that so we can get a better understanding of how to reduce that down. Next slide, please. So if you look at the other three that we've previously measured annually between 2018 and 2024 through the SAPCO period, which was a 6-year period, we saw an average annual reduction of 6,559 metric tons of carbon emissions reductions. That was through thoughtful energy efficiency projects, advancement in renewables, and how we're really looking at energy efficiency and standardization across our buildings. And how do we look at that through capital improvement and investment? Next slide, please. So this is the climate plan. You'll see this in a broader format. I won't spend too much time on these slides, but what we really heard from people is how we look at our building and energy efficiency, use renewables where we can and where it makes a lot of sense, and improve our conservation practices, and that's really behavior change. We really are looking at all of these subcategories in terms of energy strategies across our buildings and wastewater and fleet, in and around how are we looking at an inventory and an audit, where are we making strategic investment, and where are we making investments that show a return on investment and a cost savings. Fleet, we've really done a great job at electrifying our fleet. There is a small amount left to either convert to EV or hybrid, but we're going to look at also looking at GIS enhanced route planning to reduce that down. Next slide, please. Water Working Group, the board has received a broad update around the Water Working Group priorities. What you'll see in our climate plan is really a commitment to that. So how are we looking at our groundwater replenishment? How are we looking at acreage? How are we reducing across our county facilities? Over the SAPCO period, we reduced about 16% across our water use in our county facilities, but how are we also looking at other big, large users of water, such as our own county turf landscaping, and where can we convert to reclaimed water? We really want to increase the acreage and investment in green infrastructure planning and create those kind of connective tissue that the public really wants to see and where we used to see it in our landscapes chapter. Next slide, please. Adaptation, extreme heat and invasive species. These have their own plans, but there is a county component in extreme heat. We really are going to take that county responsibility. So last year we did tons of public feedback gathering in and around what are people's priorities around heat, staff, workforce, economic development, the chambers of commerce. We put out a administrative procedure around our own workforce heat safety. We were also the first county, thanks to the Board of Supervisors, to adopt a heat protection ordinance. So we really want to evaluate those and make sure we're getting the word out and getting staff prepared and getting our contractors prepared. We will continue to support the growth of the Cooling Center network of over 20 agencies, work in bolstering our home weatherization programs and supporting kind of that community level action. Wildfire. Senior Advisor Vasquez is going to talk to you all about it, and I will just say here we are going to connect to her plan and the plan of that group through advancement in how we treat our invasive species and our land management. Next slide, please. Landscapes. We are trimming this down because what you will see in our landscapes is that there will be landscapes as a component of water. There are landscapes as a component of carbon emissions reduction strategies through carbon sinks. So we will keep these specific targets, which existed in the SAPCO, but are also represented in some of our other chapters. Of note, our urban areas, we want to continue to commit to tree planting and green infrastructure, and a lot of the work that we're doing in our conservation lands resources. Next slide, please. Materials and waste, I won't spend too much time here, but what I will say is we're going to continue to keep those % reductions in and around our reduction of waste that goes to the landfill, but also thinking about the types of materials we use. One really good example is our fleet management team is looking at soy-based tires. How are we looking at cool pavement? How are we looking at the types of materials that we procure that are aligned with our sustainability goals? Next slide, please. And I want to underscore that we are continuing to build. I think a lot of the dialogue that has happened at the dais today and over the summer is connectivity between our economic development work and sustainability. How are we creating those linkages, that assurance through environmental review, but also demonstrating that our commitment to sustainability and our leadership in this role can continue to bring economic vitality, not only to the community, our residents, and bring a cost savings and return on investment by us doing this work. We really want to enhance workforce preparedness. We are doing a full court press effort with our green stewards to bring accessibility, information, and active participation in this. We want the county staff to know what we're doing. We want them to engage. And so we are working with our green stewards to grow that footprint. Our regional partnership is growing the workforce discussion from a Chamber of Commerce perspective and looking at green infrastructure jobs. And we want to continue to report to the board regularly on what this data means. I'm here for 5 minutes telling you a robust set of data, but how do we do this in bite-sized pieces to tell an evaluative story so that we really see what these investments mean for the county? So I think with that, that is my last slide, and I've left 15 minutes of the 30 between executive session.
Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Cano and then Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to thank our county administration and our department staff for putting together this incredible work. I do believe that we are headed toward a path where we can turbocharge this plan and show it as a model example across the region of what we can do. I have some general questions as the new kid on the block that I think can come in the form of a memo after, but I'm particularly curious, having participated in the early conversations about 10 years ago about how we use our methane capturing as a source of fuel, and I just want to see that contract and what our return on investment is for that particular operations item at our wastewater facilities. I'm also curious what kind of inventory we've made at our libraries and parks for solar use, and any kind of existing footprint where we can plan out future parking structures that are solar that you're seeing in a lot of various facilities throughout the county. And I bet you some of that inventory has already been done, right? So I'm kind of curious how we can keep that. And as I mentioned that, the only thing I don't understand is how the solar capacity that we are gaining through some of our existing infrastructure, how that's fitting into our overall portfolio of energy consumption. Are we selling back, to our regional utility? Are we capturing? What's our battery capacity? I think for me to understand the climate plan a bit more, I need to understand that. So those are my inquiries. Appreciate it, Chair Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. And those were items that you wanted the administration to follow up with in the future?
Yeah, briefly. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Allen.
So I guess two questions. First of all, thank you. Appreciate the updates. I have a lot of questions around the data, but I think we can just follow up with you on it and you can walk us through it a little bit. We'd love that if you don't mind. But the thing that I'm wondering about is on there's a headline article today in the Arizona Daily Star about the Arizona Corporation Commission voting 5-0 to repeal the state's renewable energy standard. And I think it was also articulated that APS has already said that they intend to renege on their commitment to getting 100% to renewable energy generation. I forget by which year. So I've been expecting them. We're seeing locally a massive investment in natural gas facilities and infrastructure. How do those things affect our efforts? And I guess it's also sort of a question, is the degree then, as we set out our goals and our targets, and are we doing enough to, this is the second part of the question, are we doing enough to communicate with the ACC about what we expect them to be doing and supporting as the regulatory body for our utility, and can we be doing more there?
Let me ask Administrator Lesher to respond to that question, and if she wants to defer to Ms. Davis, she can, but that sounds like a kind of question I'm comfortable with you addressing first.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, I think we have not had communication with the Arizona Corporation Commission. And I think it let us see how we make sure that we are responding to and communicating when we look at all of our state efforts, that's part of what we're looking at. And looking at the rulemaking, how do we evaluate, what do we do? We have, as an example, looked recently to become an intervener in the TEP rate case. So there are things that we have started doing, but we have not had a robust experience with that. In terms of how do we pull it all together and make sure that we are aware of all those other external forces, I think, Ms. Davis, if there's a way simply to indicate how the committee may be evaluating that in the future.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, the ACC decision was substantial, and news too, and APS's response was substantial. We worked very closely with TEP on our previously SAPCO effort and our development of CAPCO. As you saw, one of the lines on that graph was TEP's commitment to renewables if we didn't do anything, and how that would affect our overall impact. TEP, to my knowledge, has not made a statement yet, but I think what we can do, and this gets to a comment from Supervisor Cano, one thing similar to the Water Working Group memo, we'd like to put out a specific memo on energy efficiency, renewables, the data around it. It's so vast, and because a component of that is indirectly us and directly us, how we can think through some of the regulatory space and how we should consider it as we walk through the next 5 years, because I think it is substantial, very similarly to some of the federal funding. And so just being eyes wide open about that, we can certainly put that in a memo for you.
Supervisor Allen, any follow-up?
One last question is whether the if the goals within the CAPCO, if these are goals that can be achieved through internal operational changes, or if the assumption is also that there's going to be board policy changes that need to happen in order for these goals to be able to be hit.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, we think, as we dig through this data, that we can do it with the existing capacity that's been built since 2007. I think we're all leaning towards how are we looking at our capital asset inventory? How are we spending thoughtfully? There is now an inclusion of a fourth budget pillar for climate and sustainability. So what is it costing? I think as we saw with heat and the extreme heat response, policy and procedures were really, really integral to the success of that. And I think it's what people wanted to see. So we'll continue to update the board if and where board policy could be appropriate. And as we think through our climate action work, we've been tied largely to resolutions and board resolutions and those directives, and been careful to complete each of those directives. But where appropriate, I think we can always consider policy.
Thank you.
Anything else, Supervisor? Okay. Anything else from my colleagues? All right. Ms. Davis, Ms. Lesher, thank you very much. And we can be flexible about going into executive session. I don't want to rush Ms. Vasquez, we have one executive session item, and I don't believe, Mr. Brown, we have any guests who are joining us for that, so we can be flexible. So don't feel rushed, Ms. Vasquez. All right, Administrator Lesher, any introductory comments for item number 13?
Simply, again, we have Senior Advisor Vasquez here to walk through an update on the wildfire mitigation plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, members of the board, as we get the slides up. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to the requested wildfire mitigation plan. As I'm sure you've seen on the news, northern Arizona and much of the West Coast have been dealing with an active wildfire season. Our seasonal outlook, is that a little better? Our seasonal outlook still faces persistent drought and elevated temperatures, which can increase our risk in our region as well. And you can go ahead and stay on that slide since that's the next one. The Wildfire Executive Group has adopted a draft Pima County Wildland Urban Interface. We're calling it our PC-WUI map. This map delineates areas where the built environment directly intersects with wildland vegetation and identifies low, medium, and high housing density, along with water courses. Layers for this ArcGIS map include Pima County Board of Supervisor districts, jurisdictional boundaries for cities and towns, and tax-coded Pima County-owned parcels. Using this mitigation map will enable data-driven decision-making across departments and jurisdictions that Pima County is collaborating with on actionable projects. And a disclaimer pop-up notice was added to ensure that the purpose of this map is in accordance with the intent previously stated. The data parameters within this map are informed by various research agencies such as the U.S. Geological Survey, United States Department of Agriculture, the National Forest Service, National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and local jurisdictional information. The PC-WUI map will be used in the interim until the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, also known as the CWPP, creates their map. We're very thankful to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, which is funding the effort to update the CWPP. Pima County Office of Emergency Management held the initial meeting for that plan on August 6th, and the anticipated completion is set for June 2026. Next slide, please. So we have taken each task in the wildfire mitigation plan and dissected it to include those following categories in the slide. We really wanted to make sure that we identified what the deliverable outcome will be, how we will measure success, and identifying the funding for the tasks. We're working with the finance team to create a funding request workflow to be able to pull reports through Workday as each task is being completed. And community considerations were identified so we could make sure to adjust our approach to the varying landscapes and community needs across the county. We also tried to identify challenges and risks early to help anticipate any obstacles that we may find before they could derail tasks down the line. Next slide, please. This is a sample of some of the columns from the itemized table PDF that came with your additional materials. It shows the current progress of the tasks and anticipated timelines. It's also important to note that no single department can address the wildfire risk on its own, so collaboration between county departments and regional stakeholders has allowed us to pool expertise and share resources as we plan accordingly. Next slide, please. So public education was an area that was identified as really low-hanging fruit, both impactful and a bit faster to implement. We have leveraged existing social media platforms as channels for engagement to showcase educational messaging and public service announcements through fire agencies, our county websites, and regional partners like the U of A Cooperative Extension and the Desert Museum. The messaging calendar that was included in the plan has been adopted by the newly created Desert Fire and Invasives Collaborative Coalition. This group is coordinating messaging on risk reduction topics that will keep all partners aligned and ensures that the community hears a repeated message that's coordinated rather than fragmented outreach. We're also working to get this information incorporated into a county website tied to Pima Can. Next slide, please. The mitigation tasks aim to tackle the fuels and conditions that drive wildfire risks rather than waiting to respond until a fire starts. By reducing highly flammable vegetation and creating defensible space around homes and WUI areas, we can directly reduce the chance of catastrophic losses. Some ideas we have for the defensible space mitigation are piloting a program for waived dump fee applications for those in need up to the budget allocated for disposal of eligible brush vegetation at local landfills and transfer stations, expanding a brush and bulky removal initiative, which could support vulnerable populations such as the elderly, individuals with functional limitations, and limited financial means by providing direct assistance with vegetation removal, brush trimming, and debris disposal. This initiative could involve scheduled community-wide volunteer events or contractor support, again, up to the budget allocated for this task, and it could help residents clear hazardous materials and create defensible space around their homes. Another one would be creating a community chipping program, which could offer mulching or chipping services at pre-designated community drop-off sites around the county for residents in wildland-urban interface or intermix zones. By working on the mitigation, we are preparing neighborhoods, protecting watersheds, and ensuring faster recovery after a fire. Next slide, please. Again, this wildfire mitigation plan is highlighting the preparedness before a fire is extremely crucial, and this goes especially for emergency response. OEM is working with County IT to create a new map of evacuation zones that are already pre-identified. Tabletop exercise is scheduled at the end of this month, led by TEP, which will also walk first responders through a scenario and the possibility of what a public safety power shutoff may look like during a wildfire. Updating our CWPP is crucial, and we strongly encourage residents to stay connected through signups for the My Alert notifications, and we will be continuing to promote the Ready, Set, Go messaging by always having your home and evacuation kit ready, get set to go if a fire is near, and go immediately if evacuation is ordered. Next slide, please. This concludes the update. Very thankful to all of our partners that have rolled up their sleeves and have been ready to work together on this important issue. Happy to incorporate any feedback you have or attempt to answer any of your questions.
Ms. Lesher. I'm sorry, I thought you put your hand up.
I was just looking for direction and comment.
My mistake.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Ms. Vasquez, I just want to commend you and acknowledge your excellent efforts on this matter and for coordinating all of the moving parts, and there are a lot of them. I just had a meeting last week with the Executive Council of the Executive Committee of the Green Valley Council, and they've reviewed the memorandum that Ms. Lesher provided us, and they're ecstatic about the prospects of these plans. They know there are going to be more of them, but these three that you outlined, particularly in the clearing of the debris and the getting rid of it, are very helpful because people, quite frankly, had no idea how they could do that, and this is an answer. And you have a great deal of support. My field representative in Green Valley, I know he's been working with you, Doug Kenyon, and he thinks that you're doing a great job, as do our whole office, and we really appreciate the efforts. And we just are looking forward to an expansion of them into even more detailed areas. But these are certainly a great big first step. And I know Administrator Dubonis is going to come down to the Green Valley Board of Reps meeting in September, and I think you're going to be reporting on the insurance issue with the FireWise program that is really affecting our community, particularly in District 4, with insurance issues such as not being able to place any and having rising premiums. Of course, our Mount Lemon community has been the hallmark of the FireWise program. We'd, of course, like to see the county really get behind that with all of its mitigation purposes and proposals. And I just want to express to you that there is a great deal of excitement a great deal of accomplishment as well as cooperation among the community from Green Valley through Vale, through the Tanque Verde Valley, and all the way up the mountain. So thank you for your efforts, and anything more we can do to assist you, please let us know.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, and thank you for the work and the slides. I just have a question. From what we're hearing from a lot of residents in western Pima County is just some confusion around which, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of which fire restrictions are in place for different types of land, right? Given that in western Pima County and other places around the county as well, it's just a mix of county land, state trust land, BLM, Park Service, Fish and Wildlife. And so I think when we dropped our level from stage 2 down to stage 1, folks saw that, which then triggered a whole cascade of other questions around what was happening in the jurisdictions. So it made me wonder then about how much, or if there's more that we could do around education and reaching out specifically to places like the Ajo Copper News or the Fence Post in 3 Points, and maybe so the question is how much education and work is already going on to reach out to those publications in the rural areas, and is there more that we could do, and how could we support?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen. So absolutely, yes, we want to make sure that we're getting out and talking to all the different communities. I know when Pima County lowered their stage 2, that was because the state had also done so, and then the board met and decided to do that as well. What we would like to have happen is, again, with that desert fire and invasives, still learning the name, coalition, is making sure that once things like that change, we get kind of an update out, an email out to everybody, and then start sharing that message. So that's great feedback. We'll make sure to incorporate that in the plan as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? All right. Ms. Vasquez, thank you very much. Ms. Davis, thank you as well. I'm going to move that the board, as stated on the addendum, go into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're in exec. We're going to go ahead and get started. To finish up the addendum item number 2, dealing with executive session, was for information only. So we're going to go back to the regular agenda, Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. First sitting as the Flood Control District. This is item number 8. It's a contract. I'll move the item.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor of item number 8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Now we are sitting as the Rocking K South Community Facilities District Board. This is item number 9, also a contract. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion on this item?
Are we taking both 9 and 17 together?
Oh,
I'm sorry, 9 and 17.
17 comes later.
Because we're sitting as a board.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So any discussion on item number 9? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right. And then I'm going to come back to 17 later, Supervisor, with some items that I think we can bundle. But let's do quickly the approval of the consent calendar. I will move approval of the consent calendar as posted.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved unanimously. Item 11 is Board of Supervisors representative updates for boards, committees, commissions, and any other municipalities. Any of my colleagues have a report? Supervisor Hines.
Sure. So we had another 11 RTA meetings, mostly they're TMC meet. I'm actually not completely joking about that number. It's probably
We know you're not.
close. So the TMC's been meeting literally twice a week and occasionally more than that. So, but yeah, people are working really hard to get something, in my estimation, unfortunately, to the ballot in March. This is a good thing because if it's passed by the voters, that would avoid any potential gap. Even it would be a 9-month gap if we went to November, for example, for the TPT revenue to be paused before it restarts due to really stupid statutory change. I don't quite know why the legislature made that, but I have been very concerned about pushing us to the March ballot because we just watched a relatively polling quite well, like a fairly popular half-cent sales tax in Prop 414 for the city of Tucson, go down like the opposite of what it was polling. It was polling close to 70% approval, and then it went down 70-30 with the no's prevailing, of course, for a new half-cent sales tax. And while, yes, we can say that this RTA assessment is going to continue the same rate and not increase taxes, when people get to the ballot box, they're going to have 3 things that they see by necessity. We have new counsel, Lisa Ann Smith from Deacon Senior McDonald, who is excellent. We all love having her with us. She gave us an opinion, the RTA Board of Directors, that we have sufficient changes now to this point that we have basically triggered the necessity to go to the ballot to tweak some things with the old RTA, with the RTA 1. So we do have to go to the ballot in no later than November 2026. So that has to happen. We hope, so therefore, what will be on the ballot very likely, maybe in March, and we have to legally do it before November, and before November would be 1, changes like kind of coming clean with how things have gone and how things need to be changed with the RTA pending projects, and that will be a fairly complex thing. The second thing will be the new 20-year program RTA Next, which I think 2 or 3 things have been now added to it that have never been publicly vetted before by the CAC or anything else, which is kind of the grounds why I think we should just do a shorter thing and move forward in November. And then the third thing that will be on the ballot is a new half-cent sales tax. And I say it's new because literally, statutorily, and on the ballot, that's how it has to be presented. It is the same rate as the previous one that we're currently paying now, but it gives me a lot of heartburn given the most recent actions of our public, the economic uncertainties. I feel like we're playing a little chicken with our transportation funding. So that's why I've said we can find somehow $24 million in transit funding to bridge this gap, but we can't, and the TPT revenue that we have already will prevent us from having any construction pauses or anything like that. But what we can't do is make up for the potential several years of setbacks if the voters reject whatever we put to them in March. So that has been a discussion, but by a vote of, was it 6-2? That sounds right. By a vote of 6-2 with, I believe, Chair Hernandez was not present. He had to leave the meeting early. We did approve going forward with a 20-year program, and as is currently drafted from basically the Ted Maxwell plan, and his staff put together a plan that does a lot, actually does increase transit quite a bit for the city of Tucson and a few other things. So that's not a bad plan. I'm more objecting to the timing than the actual contents of the plan, because I'm really, again, we can figure out a 9-month gap. I don't know what we do if this actually is voted down by the public in March. So I'm kind of thinking longer term here. So, but that's where we're at now. And then everything has to be ready to go on the 25th, which is our next meeting, right? Or the 26th, the 25th. Yeah. So that it can be referred to this board for our I guess not really review, because it's ministerial. We then have to put it to the voters. So
Supervisor Hines?
And happy to entertain any questions, sir.
Supervisor Christie.
On the next vote to put it to the, are you prepared to vote for it or against it, or how are you going to vote?
I haven't decided yet, but I will continue to express my concerns with the timing. But I mean, I did not vote for this continuing going to March at this point. But again, it was still passed 6-2. So I will continue to have discussions with my colleagues. And look, it's not the plan, it's the timing that is most concerning to me. But the plan, you're compromising, so everyone's going to be giving up a little bit. So I think the plan is actually taking pretty decent shape. The timing gives me the most heartburn, but we'll see. But I am open to it.
I just want to check something really quick with Mr. Brown. We're okay as far as how this item is labeled with the way the conversation is starting to go in terms of getting into specifics of the RTA's work. I just want to double check. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Hines for the engagement that he and his office have had on RTA. I do believe that the plan that the board endorsed last week is a consensus-driven regional document that needs our support. I am much more in favor of an extension of the existing tax structure so that we can fund our transit system, create more jobs, and get our jurisdictions working together instead of against one another. I know that this has taken a lot of effort, and just think that had it not been for some of the conversations that have taken place throughout the summer, and of course the addition of the new executive director with Mr. Ortega leading the way, the plans that I have seen have indicated that this is headed toward a path that allows us to have as little fiscal impact as possible to the region, and especially on transit operations, which continues to be of area of concern, certainly, as this timeline proceeds. So I just thought it was important to say thank you, Dr. Hines.
If I may,
Supervisor, please.
The specific fiscal aspects of the plan that do give me a little bit of heartburn as well would be that there is no contingency in this one, and we're kind of short $1 billion from the first RTA. So that went away in the plan that was endorsed. And it also decided to exceed the pessimistic outlook in terms of by I think it was just over $100 million. So that's again, if we had adopted the pessimistic outlook for back in 2006, we would still be short over $700 million. So so we're kind of pushing past that. I think it's really important that we let people know that, hey, it wasn't anybody's fault. We had a multi-year recession that went on and on and on, even longer here in Pima County. We had a pandemic, global pandemic that caused inflation and all these cost overruns. So but we can do things like intelligent financial planning and then things to anticipate this. One of those would be putting back some level of a contingency, and also really trying to stick to that pessimistic outlook, because that's not like going to make sure that we're totally fine, but it's it's important to not go back to the voters and kind of do the same thing we did in 06. And we aren't. Like the population estimates were supposed to be, 250,000 higher or something right now compared to what they thought in 2006. So that's a large reason why in no single year of the RTA's existence, 19 plus years, have the revenues ever come in at the levels they were expected. And I think that we have to just underscore that so many times for people to understand. I think 1 year, the second year or something, we got within 8 million. Below. It didn't meet it, but it got within. So, and we know that, thank God, because of the new executive director, because Mike Ortega on his first, I think it was day 11 on the job, came to us with a spreadsheet the size of several heads, and just with all this data on it, and it showed us all 19 years in black and white where all the numbers, how everything lined up, and it turns out, we never got the TPD revenues that we were ever supposed to for the first one. So that's how we got to where we are. So, all right, that's it for now.
And I appreciate you saying that, Supervisor Hines, because I preceded you on the RTA board, and that data that you and your colleagues received, my colleagues and I on the previous board requested multiple times. Sure. So I'm sure the people who were on the previous board, who were on this board, were grateful to get that data. Any other reports from any of my colleagues? Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I am grateful to my board colleagues for the pleasure of serving on the Visit Tucson Board of Directors. I continue to be impressed with the amount of outreach that is going out nationally and internationally to make Tucson a destination of choice. The Visit Tucson Board has received information about the ways in which our community have been profiled in various national and international magazines, including some fun tidbits that I'll share with you, some titles of these of this press coverage. Tucson, Arizona, a road trip filled with surprise, culture, and Southwestern charm. 52 places to travel in the U.S. this year. Travel experts share 16 must-do food tours around the world. In that last example, MSN highlighted our Mexican food in the region. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to confirm this with Felipe Garcia, but I'm pretty sure I was also listening to a Latino USA podcast the other day, which is one of my favorite podcasts, by the way, with Futuro Media Group. And I'm pretty sure I heard a Visit Tucson ad, and I think that might have been intentional. So if we're being a little creative in our marketing, kudos to our regional marketing entity for doing that. And that's my brief report. We have a board meeting this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Any other reports? Supervisor Allen.
So the Board of Health has not yet met since the summer, but the Arizona Border Counties Coalition has. And a couple of highlights: we are working on creating a new seat for representation from the Tohono Nation on the board. We have been discussing the importance of and process of developing a much more coherent, cohesive narrative that better reflects the border, and that tells the story of the border being an economic powerhouse for two nations, our state and Mexico, as well as tells the story of some of the lowest crime rates in the country. She tells the story of binational collaboration, and that border communities are inextricably linked with one another, and being able to amplify that up so that our region is not treated just as a place that is a void that needs further militarization, but is indeed communities and economically vital for our state. We also heard a great presentation that walked through the current improvements that are happening in every Arizona port of entry. For Yuma, Nogales, and Douglas, there's a investment of $800 million going towards port of entry infrastructure improvements right now. So good stuff happening.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Okay, so moving forward, I'm going to come back to item number 14, but there are some items that I think we can bundle together, and I have them in groups of 6. So I'm first going to propose adopting items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And I get a second from Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor of adopting those 6 items indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. I'm also going to skip over item number 22, but wanted to propose adopting 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Second.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Up to 27.
Okay, so I will remove 28 from that, but all in favor of, I'm sorry, so Supervisor Christie, you'll second adopting 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
I will second.
Okay, all in favor of, I'm sorry, discussion. All in favor of those 5 items indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're going to skip over 28 for now, but would also move approval of items 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34.
We will have the ability to vote on 29 after discussion.
I can separate it out if you're not comfortable vote. Sure. Then what I will move is the 5 other items, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on those 5 items? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so those 5 items are approved. Now let's go back to item number 14. This is under Clerk of the Board, petition for relief of taxes. And Ms. Manriquez has noted that the assessor's review indicated that had the affidavits been filed timely, her office would have denied the exemptions. Reasons for each parcel number and tax year are listed in the background materials. So what is the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Allen.
So I would like to make a motion that in keeping with the assessor's determination that this request does not comply with the requisite statute governing tax exemption for religious purposes, I move that the board deny the petition for tax relief.
I'll second. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion from Supervisor Allen indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that is approved 5-0. Now we're going to go to item number 22. This is under the recorder. It is extending the contract term with Thelios LLC to September 5 of 2026, amending contractual language. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
This is the same contractor that's not in-house, but is doing it in his own residence. Is this the same one?
Administrator Lusher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, yes, it is. It's the contractor they've been working with for several years.
And he's willing to be working unpaid for another year?
Administrator Lusher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I believe there is no additional funding needed for the contract.
And do you know offhand, since there's no one from the recorder's office, was this vendor's work involved with the City of Tucson primary election?
That I know for a case, no.
It is not.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to go back to the last time we considered this item, and Administrator Lusher, with your permission, just wanted to direct this question to Mr. Holmes. The last time we discussed this item, wasn't Mr. Baca here from IT and assured us as to the security of the arrangement with this company?
Yes. He was.
Okay.
Chair Scott, yes, he was assured. Their They're supposed to be transitioning this year to a different system. I think that was part of the assurance from Mr. Baca that there would be a transition to a much more, a newer system that allows a little bit more communications with our IT.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, just
Supervisor Christie.
be absolutely certain, you are asserting that he had no work done with the City of Tucson primary election.
As I understood it from my conversation with the recorder about this item, the reason for the delay the reason for the extension of this item is the fact that it involves not just him, but also the other developers in her office. And because there's what's known as a consolidated election, which is the combination of the City of Tucson election and the fact that the Tucson Unified School District went for an override because of the, at the time, unanticipated primary and general elections for CD7, the South Tucson recall. That's the reason why this has been extended. But when she spoke with me about those reasons, did not make any reference to what had happened with those ballots that went out. My understanding, because I did talk about that with her in a separate context, my understanding was that had something to do with the overlap of both the City of Tucson election and the South Tucson special election, and there was some internal control within the office that needed to be shifted and wasn't, but I didn't hear that that had anything to do with the work of this contractor. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Okay, now we'll go back to items 28 and 29. And I'll move both of those items together.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. As it relates to item number 29, I want to uplift the work of our community and workforce development team. This grant and its programming align with the Pima County budget pillars that have been set forth by my colleagues. Number 1, improving the quality of life and the prosperity initiative. Policy number 3, improving housing stability. This particular background material really gives legs to the kind of language that this board has tasked our departments with working with to align to our prosperity initiative, and I wanted to give a shout out to our county administrator and the community and workforce development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. County Administrator Lesher, do you know at this particular point, or can you answer, are these funds currently being reviewed by the federal government?
Chair Scott, Mr. DeBonis, do we know exactly which this bucket is in right now?
So Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, and Deputy County Attorney Sam Brown can elaborate on it. But as we're reviewing the agreements for receipt of these funds, we're doing so in coordination with the Pima County Attorney's Office to make sure that the language of those agreements are consistent with the rulings that are coming out of the litigation cases, particularly King County. So I'll just defer to County Attorney Sam Brown.
Yeah, Chair Scott, Supervisors, that is correct. We are watching very closely as we're engaged in litigation around continuum of care and H housing urban development funding. All of this funding is being analyzed through the lens of the new guidance.
So we don't know if this is on the chopping block, so to speak.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Christie, correct. I cannot say definitively.
But you're massaging the wording to have it comply with the new.
That's a correct characterization. Yep.
And that can be done. I mean, do you think it can be done successfully?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I do. The reason I hesitate, and probably why county administration is hesitating, is that the guidance is clear as mud. So we are working with our national partners to try to interpret the guidance and its applicability to various grants.
So you're hoping that by massaging the wording that will be approved accordingly?
Yeah, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we hope that it will be approved accordingly, but we are also in court to gain the clarity that we need.
Chair Scott?
Reminds me of the car business.
Supervisor Cano.
I want to just ask the county administrator to do a quick follow-up on these particular items, however she deems fit. But I think the conversations from Supervisor Christie, the inquiries, perhaps I heard wrong, but he's wanting to ensure that these are programs that are already funded and not on the chopping block. Not so much are they programs that have the funding. It's my understanding, working with our regional partners, and perhaps we can get clarification from our community and workforce development team, that the only reason why this is on the agenda is because we're seeing that funding move forward, right? The continuum of care funding is proceeding. So I think we're having two different conversations, but I want, of course, to reaffirm my belief that federal funding opportunities are good. We should take the federal funding streams when we have them. And to my knowledge, these two items are doing just that. I don't think they'd be before us if they were not ready to go and ready to house Pima County residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any further comments or discussion from board members? All those in favor of items 28 and 29 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Items pass 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Okay, we're now going to go to hearings. First have a hearing sitting as the Board of Supervisors on the tax levy resolution. This needs to be a roll call vote. I will move that the board adopt resolution number 2025-31 for the levy of taxes for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? Okay, I'm sorry. Do we have to, is there a separate hearing for each one?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought it was combined. My apologies. So I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt resolution number 2025-31.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. No discussion, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Allen.
Yes.
Supervisor Cano.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Chair Scott.
Yes. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Now we'll go to our second hearing under Board of Supervisors. This is on the tax collection resolution. I'll move that we close the public hearing and adopt resolution number 2025-32, authorizing the delivery of tax statements and the collection of the 2025 taxes.
Second.
Chair Scott.
Seconded by Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I believe at our last meeting, I asked the county administrator to come back with a plan for some more transparency on our tax statements. I have not received a response to that inquiry. However, I have been in communication with the tax assembly group and also the assessor. It appears that some of the information I was looking for perhaps is already on the statement, and we've got to work with our contractors for the design of the property tax bill to be able to have this be in the manner that I think taxpayers deserve, should be the way that they should be receiving this information. And so while I've not heard a response, I wanted to just let my colleagues know that perhaps some of the guidance that I had provided might be better fit for next year and not so close to the delivery of the property tax statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor
Mr. Chair.
Cano. Supervisor Christie.
And to Supervisor Cano's point, I got thinking about what you were talking. Did your adjustments or inclusions in your changes to the statement, did that include sending out a second notice because of the two notices only come one time? I get a lot of complaints about people saying, I didn't know I owed, I got to be guilty. I'm guilty of that too. You forget about it. And I'm wondering, did that include maybe a second notice at the second half?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no, my ask at our last meeting was more what can be done, what kind of information should be on our property tax statements. And I feel like the assessor can work with the administrator and the treasurer to really figure out the specifics about your inquiry. Perhaps as we look into the cost of what it'd take to redesign the property tax statement, what would the cost be to send out an additional mail and or electronic notification of the property tax assessments?
I would be very supportive of looking into that whole issue of a second notice being set out for the second half of the payment.
Thank you, Supervisors Kano and Christie. Any other comments or questions from board members? All right, we'll go to our roll call vote.
Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Cano?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
Yes. Okay, that item passes 5-0. So our final two items are 37 and 38. These are hearings for liquor licenses. If there's no objection from my colleagues, I'll move to close both hearings and approve both licenses.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items pass 5-0, and we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.